Why is the vertical stream thing is working, but my... Okay, now we go. Horizontal stream is good now. I don't know, it's taking a minute. Hey, what's going on, Kieran? We early today, man. What's going on? It's good to see ya. It's good to see ya. Yeah, nothing too fancy today. I didn't do the, sea lion. I like how I've given up on having backgrounds. I was like, you know what, we're just gonna have a black screen. I can't be bothered. 1 second, let's get the scene going. Let it build. Been busy with life? Oh, I feel you, man. It's always good to have you here, though. Huzzah. Today is day 30 of doing this game. You remember when this game was supposed to be done with like 3 weeks worth of work? And then it became a month's worth of work? And now we're at 30. Day 30, stream 30. Yeah. I remember. But that's alright. We're enjoying the process, and that's all that matters. Last time we implemented the UI stuff. Today I think I want to do some fixes to entities and stuff like that. I don't know, man. The world is our oyster. Though I feel like I need to... We're so close to getting this game done, dude. It feels like that. It's just a matter of doing it. And then we can start working on the next project. Work on the engine. And start working on the next project. I have a name for the next game. Unlike this game. Or at least a project name. But... even some concept art, some designs, some docs. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. But anyways, that's a future project. We need to work on the current project, don't we? So let's take a look at what we have so far. And then go from there. So we implemented this screen UI. Okay. For a second, I thought it was like glitching. So yeah, we implemented the UI. So like, health actually responds. Maybe not accurately. I don't know. But it does respond, and that's good. The break also fades with repeated usage, so that's also good. Though it's been kind of weird lately. I remember the first time we implemented it, it was actually way more responsive, but I think it's just much... the value just requires much more extremes. But yeah, it's being worn out, so okay, that's good. I think I might have to revisit the implementation of it, but this is fine. And of course you have the segment display working. So you actually have... we're selecting this correct sprite from the sprite sheet for each number and text, which is pretty nice. I like it. I like it. We still have to fix the disappearing entity issue, and we need to fix the background too. That's another thing I need to finish working on. I think I'm gonna rewrite the shell thing, but we'll see. But yeah, so this is working pretty well. And then we also have the UI here that we need to start implementing. I think this is probably going to be the focus for today. Just because I need to start testing this shop system and making it work the way I intended to. We have a nice mock-up though, so this is good. I feel happy with this, but we need to start hooking up all this logic together. So yeah, but one simple thing I do want to do is fix something with the hazards. So let me open up Writer. Oh, that's fantastic. We're gonna open Writer, and then we're gonna start implementing some stuff. Right, Kieran? It's almost there. The game is like, it's almost there, dude. Okay, it's almost there, but it's not. the main thing that's missing is going to be content. So making vehicle parts, and all the assets required for that, and then like levels. But that's just making art assets and then hooking it up into the actual project. But as far as like all the base implementation stuff, we're very close to having all the systems implemented for the game, which is going to be pretty fun, honestly. It means we're going to be transitioning from like a pre-production stage into just a pure production stage. I think the only thing in production that's going to require any implementation is going to be the ability chips, so that's going to be a whole thing, but I may not even flesh that out. I might just do a small handful and that's it. Almost there's always the longest stretch. Oh yeah, Loki. Now even that little issue with entities popping in, I don't even know where the issue is coming from, so this is going to be a whole thing, dude. This is going to be a whole thing. I need to probably do some unit tests to replicate what's causing the failure, but whatever. Let's go to laser. There's a couple ways to fix this issue with lasers, where if they go in and out of screen, they're going to have a different rotation and radius. I think the easiest thing we can do is the easiest thing. It's probably dumb, but I know there's for a fact some limitations that'll rise from it, but I don't care. It's going to effectively be fine. And that is going to be, we're going to add like an is initted variable to this. Well, let's actually be proper, initialized. And when we do assignment, not only do we set, these value ranges. Yeah, we're only going to do this if we're going to assign entity, and that's going to be correct. And then if is initialize is true, we're going to early return. And then otherwise, we're going to actually set the current angle to a random orientation. We're going to set the rotation speed to be a random speed, and we're going to set the radius to be something random. And then we're going to set update the game objects, and then we're going to set is initialize to true. That way, when you move in and out and objects get culled and then recreated to be in the view of the player, they're not going to be changing any which way. It's going to stay consistent, which is important. The only thing that's going to be weird is that, and I'm still thinking how we might go about this, but it's the fact that let me demonstrate what I'm talking about here. Pirate software, oh my goodness. I love you sharing this. Thank you. Of course, Loki. It's my pleasure, man. I love showing the process. I think this probably took longer than expected just because I'm trying to implement everything on stream. So yeah, if this comes out of the way, let's see if I can find a much more. Okay. So you see how that's at this position? If I go off screen, is it still? Oh, I guess it is just consistent. Huh, maybe that's actually fine. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Yeah, I'm going to tweak the level generation algorithm as well to be less interesting in favor of simplicity and allowing the player to go faster. Oh my god, and the probability of this is like way too high. I need to modify this. Yeah, brother, what is going on? Why is it so many? Why is it so many? I have no idea, man. This is the best live I've seen all day. Thank you, Tess. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you dig this live. Okay, this is simple. I was practicing my typing yesterday, and I didn't realize how much I've slipped up and kind of regressed. So I have to go back. I was going back to basics. It's amazing how bad habits just kind of start slipping in. Okay. So this is good, though. This is fine, actually. I'm happy with this. What I'm not happy with is, let me think. What am I not happy with? Well, the probability table is going to be, where's the probability table? It's going to be in level. I'm pretty sure, fairly sure it's going to be in here. Where's the level assets? Here we go. No, this is not serialized? No, it's 0.0.02. Okay, maybe this is a random thing then. I just randomly got a very busy level. I can always add a parameter to the level gen to, like, if we encounter a laser, to forcibly set a minimum distance between them. This is fine. We have to implement the health pickup as well. We have to implement these two pickups. That's another thing we need to do. Yeah. That should be fairly simple, but yeah, that needs to be done, dude. I don't think that'll be the focus for today, though. Beyond that, there's a bug, but I'll deal with that later. Okay, level gen aside, I think we're gonna leave this as is. For now, we'll come back to that later. I think today's focus is gonna be UI, so we're gonna go to the garage, if you will, and we're gonna implement the UI here. Where is the shop view? Here we go. So this is a mock-up we did, but now we're gonna be changing it, and we have to implement a few things. So now we have our own text, and we're gonna be using our own text renderer. We are not using Text Mesh Pro anymore. We're gonna be using our own thing. So that means we're gonna have to make our own component for that. And I'm thinking about this in a few ways. There's a few ways we can implement it. So, and then just for you to see what I'm talking about, here's the actual font, alpha digits .png. So we have this sprite sheet with all these different characters, and then we can recolor them to be whatever we want. It's supposed to be like it's not a 7 segment, it's much more than that, but it's supposed to be like a fixed segment display. And the way we do it in StreamWorld is that we actually just create an object for every single one of the characters we're doing here. And I feel kind of inclined to do the same thing over here. I think that's gonna be the simplest way to go about it. I did have another idea, potentially like passing in an array of integer values, which are gonna represent offsets, into a shader and have it be rendered all in one single quad as opposed to a bunch of individual quads, but I think that's a lot more work than is actually worth doing for this. And I think it's simpler just to, like, the cost of having multiple quads for this is not that crazy. It's fine. So I think we're just gonna do it that way, and it's gonna be fine. So let's actually start writing the component for this. And I think we're gonna move this into my core dev kit, because I think this is gonna be a thing I use across games. Assuming I do more games in Unity, I'll probably can't escape it. I'm in the field on I'm definitely gonna make a game in my engine, but I'm not sure how long, if I'm gonna be able to fully commit to it for every single game, or if there's gonna be some games where I'm just gonna come back to here for whatever reason that may be. Either way, yeah, we have UI, and then we have utilities. Nope. I think we're just gonna make this sprite text render, and then we're gonna go from here. What's going on, NZ? What are you eating? I'm eating a cookie, a little cookie. It's gone now. I'm sad, but it was good. Sorry, I just got here. I'm not really teaching selling. I'm just making a game right now, and I just kind of talk through the process, the mental process of it. This reminds me of the numbers in Portal and how they would trick you into thinking the numbers are moving by just having them move very fast. Interesting, but it's not actually going up in number, it's just going through 2 or 3 numbers very fast. Oh, that actually, I can see that actually. That makes sense. So let's define the APIs. So for this, it's gonna be very simple. String text, and then we're gonna have, it's gonna be a fixed thing. We're not gonna create quads. It's gonna be operating on a fixed list of them. So we're gonna create a list of raw image, I'm assuming. So we're gonna provide the character list explicitly here. It's not like we're gonna instantiate it on runtime. We're gonna have a thing to set text, and then we're gonna have to also have like a lookup table to map indices, to map characters to offsets. So this would be like simply, it's like a simple offset of like, you know, 1 2 3 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then you get to here and it's gonna be 10 11 12, so on and so forth. We're just gonna have our own mapping of this. And then, I mean, it's gonna be kind of simple. It's just 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then we're gonna just do the alphanumerics. Everything's only uppercase, so we're gonna see if this is gonna be a nightmare of usability, but Q R S T U V W X Y and Z. Did I do this right? I know last time we did this here, I messed up something. In fact, I'm not sure why I'm not using the same table. There's like a font table. Yeah, there's this. But this is for both lowercase and uppercase, and it's not alphanumeric, so that's, yeah, we're not gonna use that one. All right, class, let's sing our ABCs. Well, first of all, we have 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and then we go A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y and Z. Perfect. And then we supply the text here. We're gonna do a thing just kind of sanitize our input. We're gonna do 2 lower, or no, 2 upper, to ensure that no matter what, it's gonna be a valid, mostly a valid range here. We probably should like check do some additional checks, but I think for our purposes, I'm gonna just be very explicit about what I'm doing here. And then what are we doing? we're going to operate through we could probably do like an assertion too of like ensure that this value range, in fact, we're not going to iterate like this. We're going to iterate across all characters. That's actually more important. Oh, my bad. Yeah, because we're going to iterate through these characters, and then from there we're going to find the index that matches the value of this character. Oh, you know what? No, because if we're iterating through this range. Okay. We have to have like two ranges. If I is less than t dot length, then we could do these assumptions. Or rather, we can actually invert it. So if I is greater than t dot length, then that means we can just set this to do I have, oh yeah, the last one is gonna be space. Okay, cool. Do I know what character space is? I mean, it's gonna be the last character, so we can just do we also have to do, I'm gonna have a function for simplicity for setting the material properties. Or index, I guess, or I don't know what's the proper term I should be using here. I feel like they both can refer to what I'm doing here. I guess we could do yeah, because we have access to what we're doing here, so we can do index, and then that's not going to confuse me at all. And then what's the list called? Characters. Dot material. Dot set int, I believe, or no, integer. And then I believe we have sprite sheet utilities dot current index. Oh yeah, offset's the terrible word for this. Okay, this is gonna be this is gonna mess me up at some point. So maybe yeah, I don't know. That's still confusing. That's like very ambiguous as to what it could represent. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna provide a material. And then it's gonna be the caller's job to provide the correct material. How about that? That's all this does. All this does. Okay. And it's going to be what? And then we're going to set it to t length -1. That's like the last index. So we're setting anything that's above the character to just be blank. That's all we're doing. Or any character that's beyond the length of our input string, we're going to set it to be blank. That's all we're doing. Oh, we should probably add a period. I didn't even think about that. Oh my goodness. we have to modify the sprite sheet. I'm still gonna make sure space is like the last character. I should have made it the first character. Whatever. We already made our bed. We're gonna live in it. C. Okay, cool. So this sets the blank stuff, but otherwise, this is gonna be within range of T. So we have to have like a lookup here. Honestly, at this size, a linear search is actually perfectly fine and acceptable compared to like at least from our findings, at small scales, linear search is faster than a hash table lookup. So I think we're just gonna do that. Though we'll at least make it a function. I'm sorry. See, there we go. Okay, and then yeah, this name. Well, my naming today is just terrible. This name is terrible. What did I name it in the engine project? I just named it value. Wow. Okay, so maybe I'm just consistently bad at naming this. Maybe I just don't care. Fantastic. All right. Anyways, we move on. So we return, and this is supposed to be an int type, and then otherwise we return, I don't know, space. Okay, we're gonna do this. Also, this is wrong. Well, that's good. I realized that. That could have been a fun thing to debug. Not really. Value table -1. We assume space is the last character in the value string. And now we use it here. It makes more sense. Likewise, we return this here. Okay, so if it's a invalid string, we're just gonna return space, and that's how we're gonna live our life. We're gonna be permissive. Maybe I should add a warning, but cool. If I want to make this really reusable, I should probably actually make it where we can assign this. So that, because maybe some sprite sheets are going to have different values. Some are going to be like 0 to just, they're going to be digits only. Some are going to be alphanumeric. Some are going to be like this plus other stuff. So maybe I should make this not constant, but instead be initialized on construction. But I don't care right now. This is what I need for this particular moment. We can worry about reusability later. Okay, cool. I believe this works. Okay, now we can actually implement this part. So we check this, otherwise index. And it's gonna be Look at that. Look how simple that was. All right, let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. My bad for being a little bit focused today. Hey, I use your keyboard too. Let's go, dude. I did daily typing last year, learning keyboard. My bad. Typing for the first time and caught back up with my work permit in around 2 months. Are you gonna play with spawn probabilities till it feels right, or approach it more systematically? I am just gonna go based off of what feels right, though I'm probably gonna do some extra constraints because randomness is randomness. So even if there's a low probability, you can still have instances where you have like maybe way too many objects spawn in close concentration. So I'm probably going to play around with probability in terms of testing, but I'm probably also going to add some more systematic limitations upon them. Outside of game dev, not really. I've done like some bot stuff in C#, and then I've done some web scraping stuff in Selenium in C#, but that's about it, Daedric. The first person I know that uses insert key. That's funny you mentioned that, Pop, because I have a button right here. This keyboard. 1 second. This key on my keyboard. Let me show you. I'm trying to see if you can see it on my camera. Yeah, you can kind of see it. This, when I press it, presses Shift and Insert at the same time. It's very nice. It's very nice and very convenient. I'm not really hacking Milton. I'm just doing some game deving right now. Doing the job of a regex? No, not really. This is for passing values to a sprite table. I'm not doing pattern matching. Benzos in the dark web. It's just fun, simply. I like this monitor. It's different from what I usually work with. Alright, anyways, so we set, okay, so I think we're good here, and now it's a matter of set text, and I think for testing purposes what we're going to do is have an initial text, or maybe we just have this be a public property. And then on awake, we're going to set text to this. Cool. So we can test to see if this works without integrating into any other components, and then after we know that it does work, we can start replacing all the UI handles to use the sprite text renderer instead. I think we should be good. Also, 1 second, we're getting a bunch of, yeah, let me mute my Discord real quick. Key crack Haggy, I'm kidding. We're gonna do some cool stuff in Discord. They got wanting to get Project 64 running. Sick. That's actually pretty cool. Alright. Let me go back to this. Okay, so I think this is implemented correctly. So let's go into here and because I was gonna use Text Mesh Pro, but like it's like binary values. It's either like rendering the text or not rendering text. And that kind of even with a good font like this, it just kind of lacks the extra sauce that you can get from a bitmap image. I think they have a thing for bitmap images from Atlas, but I'm not sure if it does it the way I want it to do it. Besides, it took us like a few seconds to implement this, so that's not that crazy. Where is okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna create a new empty group, call this title. We're gonna add a horizontal layout group. I'm going to create a raw image element in here. There we go. Start establishing some kind of naming convention for this. And then within this, whoops, I'm going to assign the material. I have to make a material instance for this actually. And in fact, now that I think about it, we have to make sure they don't share the same material instance. So on runtime, we're going to have to actually iterate through the characters. Actually, iterate through them, and we're going to do we're going to create a new material instance on runtime so that changing character A is not going to modify the next character or any of them. Cool. And then that way I don't have to make a bunch of instances here. I can just give one that's going to be a template and then they all copy it. This is going to be in the garage, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be, which folder is it? Do I not have a garage folder? Is this in the, what is it called? Shop? Shop data, shop script tool. Yeah, shop view's here. Okay, I guess it's here. I'm gonna change the naming of it though. Cool, I guess we're gonna make a new material. And then okay, come on, don't do this to me. There we go. Generic display. And you're going to be using the sprite offset or unlit sprite sheet. There we go. And I believe we have this in the project already. Alpha digit, wow. And how many, what's the resolution of this? It's, or rows and columns, 1, 2, 3, it's 8, now that I realize it. So it's 8 here, it's 8 by 5. Okay. 5, and then the count is going to be what?
About, yeah, 40 minus
What, 3? So 37? I believe that should be right, 37. And that's current index. There we go. Okay, cool. And lastly, we have to assign it to this character. Where, there we are. Cool. And we have to also make this size correctly to the size of the individual digits here. So they're about, I believe, 12 by 21. And then we're going to scale it up, like make it by 4. Also, this has an explicit size, but I don't know what this is. Oh, right. This is actually, No, this should be right, actually. Oh, this isn't linked. There we go. I was like, this is weird. Why the parent transform shouldn't affect anything? But no, it's this. Okay, cool. Let me make it not blurry first, and then no. And we should be good to go. We have our sprite offset, pixel sprite preset, and we're gonna change it to be, I think 512 is this, or is it 256? Oh, this sprite doesn't even break 105. We can use 128 then for this, and it'll be fine. Perfect. And then, if you want to test this out real quick, we can just cycle through the digits, but I believe this should be fine. Cool. That works very nice. All right, so we have our display there, and we can just set a certain buffer for them. This should be way bigger, to like 500 or something. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, thanks, Unity. Thanks. I made this naming convention for you to pick up on, and then you didn't do it. Tear me apart. If I do 0 though, okay, we're good. And you're gonna be, oh, you're gonna size. You're gonna resize to the count. Okay. So I have like what, 11 here, each with a size of like 12. Times 4. Okay, and they should fit nicely or neatly there. Honestly, the scale might be a little too big. Like 3 might be better. Whatever though. Let's test it with this. I'm gonna add that component now. Sprite text renderer. You know what? Honestly, I don't want to assign to all the characters. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be lazy, and we're gonna say, hey, on awake, character is gonna be equal to transform.getComponents in children, and it's going to be raw image, and this is going to expect an array. I can just do that, and then this doesn't even have to be exposed. We can make this like a private. Or even just call them, I don't know. I'm not sure what term would work best here. Okay, cool. That resolves everything there. And then we can add some basic text and see how this works. In front of others is my weakness. Yeah, dude, Loki, I'm not gonna lie. When I was doing the math for figuring out the offset or how many characters were on that sprite sheet, I was like kind of panicking. I was like, all right, how do we do the math? And then in my brain, I was like, okay, one dimension is 5, so we could just do 5, 10, 15, 20, and then go backwards from there. It's okay. It's okay to panic. You just gotta not show that you're panicking. Hey, y'all. Oh, we have no punctuation. It's day 30. Okay, we need to add special characters to this. Brother. That should be fine, though. So if we were to run it, and we go here. Hey! It just works first time, baby. It just works first time. Isn't that beautiful when you just write it right the first time? Isn't that great? Isn't that the best? This is great, man. I like this. Fantastic. Hey, what's going on, Radial Element? Good to see you again, man. This is like the third stream in a row, I think. What's going on, Ben Cater and Carlos? What's going on, dude? You just started learning C++. C++ is great, man. I love it, dude. A lot of people want to slander C++, but dude, it's a pretty good language. I like it. I mean, okay, I actually like C, and I use C++ basically like C. That's a little bit different, but even modern C++, there's some cool stuff in there. But I don't know. I don't do enough idiomatic C++ things. But yeah, dude, this is it's just working. It's just working. Now, problem though is that we probably need to add some punctuation to this. So this alone is not good enough. The good news is though that we have extra real estate here. So I could very well just yoink this, move it along, and voila, we have extra spaces for stuff. And we're gonna cheat because I do not care enough to actually do proper to do the proper thing and make it actually consistent as a segmented display. I don't care. These are probably necessary. Yeah, that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Okay. So you just add those, and then if need be, we can extend this. But what was it? Period, exclamation mark, and then apostrophe. Yeah, that works for me. And as for you guys here, we're gonna make you a little bit smaller. So you are gonna be scaled down to like 2, so we can actually have more text on screen. And then we're gonna do some math here. It's 12 times 2 times how many elements? 11. We can have more elements than that. Let's go crazy. Or no, it's 12. Let's do double. To 23. I should probably just do the math. We also have to have it like add line breaks or something, but let's just start here, shall we? Okay, the horizontal group. Is there a thing for... I think this enforces that it's just going to be laid out perfectly. It's not going to wrap around, I don't believe. Well, that would have been handy. Okay. Well, well, that's funny. If I want to have 2 rows, it's going to be a thing. Because I don't think we have any options for overflow here. So we're going to have to implement that ourselves. I mean, it's not that crazy. If I want to do 2 rows, I can have this taken like 2, we can have like a hierarchy apparent per row. And we can structure it like this so we can actually split it across it. That's not crazy to implement. Alright, anyways, let's just test this with our newfound punctuation. It's day 30. Okay, we're gonna run it and see if our texture works well. Tamerka, yeah, you're right. It's a long time no see. Great stuff as always. Thank you. Yeah, the game's not done in 30 days, but hey, we got our segmentation display working, and our segmented display working in game. So that's a win in my book. I like that. This makes me happy. Yeah, I'm quite pleased as punch with this. I kind of want to build this on mobile and see how it looks in there, but I'm just gonna assume it's fine. What's going on, Charles? Good to see you, man. Just editing anything? Yep. I need to change that. I tried out the name Radial Rush because that seemed to stick out from the Discord conversation yesterday, but I'm not actually sold on what the name of the game's gonna be. Hope you're doing well though, Chamerka. I like C, but my work is getting me into C++, and I'm not complaining because it's a job and I love my job. Yeah, that's how you learn. And besides, like, even if you have your way of thinking about things, it's still important to understand how the world thinks about stuff so that you can interface with it. Like, sure, maybe you like managing, I don't know, maybe you like managing your pointers and lifetimes manually. But it's still important to understand, like, hey, shared pointers exist and here's how they work, or I don't know. Or it's actually cool to learn about, like, I don't know, move semantics or whatever stuff that's getting introduced. It's still important, it's still beneficial to know that. No, I'm good. I'm not going to use Go. I like my C. If I switch to another language, it'd probably be Zig. I hear a lot of good things about it. It seems to have like the niceties of Rust that I enjoyed, but none of the downsides. So how are we gonna do this? We're gonna have to handle row alignment. So how are we gonna do this? We can do the thing where, honestly, like I kind of want to just, I don't want to do, I don't know. I kind of just don't want to even rely on the horizontal layout group, but instead just manually place things the way I want them to be placed in script. But I don't know, I already have the idea of how to implement this with the layout groups. Like the way I would probably do it would be we'd have horizontal layout group, call them lines. Why are you mad at me? Get components and children. Horizontal layout group. Horizontal layout. Oh, I didn't make this an array. Simple. We get these. And then, oh my god, this is gonna be dumber and dumber because we're gonna have to do like, make it dynamic. So I might like end up making like a dictionary for the characters, and then as we iterate through here, we have to split to the other thing. This feels so dumb, dude. This actually just feels dumb to me. Like, I almost feel like we should just... Because it's only 2 lines. I need this for 2 lines. I'm not going to make it... Can we have the layout group just organize it to be the way I want it to be and then remove it? And have the order remain? Does that work? It does work. No, does it? Yeah, it does work. This had the, Wait. Am I going crazy? I know we had the layout group here. I'm not crazy. Yeah, horizontal layout group. Okay, it was there. Okay, I'm not crazy. So that's we're just gonna we're gonna use the layout group to organize things the way I want it to be organized, but then we're just gonna do things. So we're gonna do that first. It's gonna be fine. I could probably afford to have more objects here, but yeah, maybe we will. It's actually gonna be like 15. Okay. Let's also have this be centered there with the pivot at, so it grows in the way I want to. Okay, perfect. We have 15. Perfect. Okay. We're gonna duplicate it. Actually, no, we're not gonna do that. First, I'm gonna get rid of the horizontal layout group. Then we're gonna copy this, duplicate them. I hate that it duplicates it in that way, but whatever. We're fine. And now we're gonna have 2 rows. Perfect. And it's gonna work. It's just gonna work beautifully. And now we're gonna have text, and it's gonna wrap around to the bottom. Do we have enough space for that? I don't think we have enough characters. Thanks. There we go. We run it. Let's see how it works. Hey, it's terrible. What's going on there? Oh, I forgot. Yeah, this is spliced together in a terrible way. Yep. Oh, yay. Okay, well, we're just gonna do this. We just have to manually sort this. Oh, that was dumb. Yeah, it turns out we have to actually have things in the correct order in the hierarchy. Who knew? Hopefully, though, this should be... We don't have to iterate through every single element. But instead, it's sorted. It's only like half the elements that we have to sort. 11, 12... Okay, this is actually terrible. This is actually the worst. This is actually the worst. Where's 13? Okay. Okay, we're almost done. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's try this again. Also, let me get rid of whatever these elements are that's colliding with it. Description, don't need you. Balance, Name, don't need you. Action type, don't need you either. We're gonna fix this stuff. All right, let's see here. Yeah, no reference, who cares? Hey, and it works for the most part. We exceed the character limit, but that's fine. I think that's enough for what we need for the name. It was nice watching you code your game. Thank you, Ben Cater. I appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good day, man. Command list and stream tasks updated. Thank you, Terrell. I appreciate it, man. Dude, you're always on it, man. We need to have a game day again, dude. It's been a while since we had like a movie night or game day. We need to do something, man. Zig is good. I feel like it is a language with intentionality in mind. Comp time stuff is great. Like, for example, comptime_int is a real type. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't looked much into comp type stuff, but it's cool to know that it exists in Zig. Macros in Rust did not seem fun. It seemed way more involved. And preprocessors in C and C++ are fun, but there's limits to what you can do with it. It can also devolve really quickly. I think I'm fine with this. I think I'm actually fine with this. I'm not sure why you're completing domain. That's something. Okay, cool. So we have the view now. I can move title into the view, and we can start modifying this a bit. So shot view, we're gonna update what you're referencing, because these have changed now. So for example, we're not using TextMesh Pro for the item name. Instead, we're using our sprite text renderer. Balance is going to be using our sprite text renderer as well. Item cost, you guessed it, sprite text. Oh, I just realized something critical, which is that we're going to be using a different sprite sheet for these two, and because of that, you know, it's actually fine, because the index is actually going to be the same, so long as I don't use any alpha characters. Okay, buddy, do I want to make a sprite? We're gonna make this more involved than it needs to be, because I can make a scriptable object that contains both like the table we want to use here, as well as like this texture and the dimensions of the texture, to make this really dynamic and reusable. But I think this is gonna be fine. I think we're not gonna overcomplicate this. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's modify the APIs though, because we're using something different now. We're not just assigning text anymore. We have to do set text. Also, we're not doing any of this anymore, because we're not doing that. We're just literally chucking the value there. In fact, can I just do this? No, I have to actually explicitly go to toString. That's fine. I can make the text a property, and every time we assign it, it's going to trigger the rebuild, but I think that's kind of deceptive. I like the assumption that if you're assigning assigning the value of a variable, it's not going to trigger any action directly unless something's polling for it. But if assigning a variable is going to trigger behavior, then I'd rather have that be wrapped around a function. I don't know, that's the way I think, at least. I'll see what my weekend looks like and update y'all after stream. Yeah, good, man. Whatever works, man. Tips for not using the mouse that much and typing faster. I mean, you can always do keyboard for typing faster, and then to not use mouse, you can just use Vim and i3 on Linux to not have to use the keyboard, or you not have to use the mouse. It's pretty good. Typing is fast is great, but I feel like using mouse and GUI is not the real bottleneck most of the time.
I mean, most of the time, the thing that takes time is just thinking how to solve a problem and how to implement it. The thing, though, is that I feel like mouse adds extra friction. I like that once I finally figure out what I want to do, it could just be executed without having to switch hand positions. I think it's really, especially like because I work in Windows for my day job, right? So I could feel how like the friction, that little simple frictions of like having to switch between like modifying and interacting with the UI to like, you know, going back to dev coding mode. It's a real thing. There's like time cost to it, and it bothers me. I like the feeling of being absolutely like one with my system and getting to that state where it feels like my will just flows into this. And it still bothers me that when I go to Unity, I have to like, I feel the change in pace from like doing stuff to here to like, all right, but you have to actually drag and then go here, and then I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I don't think it's a bottleneck, but it does change my it's I don't know. It does affect my enjoyment. And I think when I'm enjoying interacting with the system, I work better. What do you work as? I work as a software engineer. You set 11 after 12 in the title. What? 11 after 12, what? Like in the stream title? I'm not seeing... "11 after 12. I don't know. Category, cache state. What is this? What do I know? Oh, this is the view. Yeah. This is the view. Okay, I understand where I'm at now again. Cool. So we have these here. As for cost, this is no longer using a Text Mesh Pro. No longer using any of this actually. Instead, cost is going to be down here. And we're going to add a character. Let's add another UI raw image. And you're going to be using... The good thing we already have the texture for this, or the material for this.
Or is it alphanumeric display? Nope. I believe it's just digits. Nope. You exist. Where are you? Character. Atmosphere, alphanumeric. Don't lie to me. Don't you dare lie to me. I know you're here somewhere. You, sir, are a dirty liar. I know for a fact we have a material for the coins because the game UI uses that material. So either I'm wrong or the world is wrong. Oh, did I just not go down enough? No, that's like the default Unity stuff though. Okay, I'm gonna just have to go to the file system and find it. I'm just gonna use Ranger. Okay, I think we're in gameplay, UI. It's called coin count. There we go. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Why is this being weird? Why is there like a white thing there? Oh, is it from the I actually don't even know where that's from. Okay, that's weird. There's some weird Z order thing happening. Oh, is it from the buttons? What is that? What are you? What is that? Oh, it's gonna be the graph. The graph goes there. Okay, I understand why that's there now. Oh, that's gonna be a thing we have to figure out too, is the graph. We will deal with that later. I don't want to worry about that right now. And we'll do another horizontal layout group. And cost is going to be anchored that way with, give that at 0 and a 1 there. Okay. What's going on? In the hierarchy when you were reordering, what's going on? Oh. How many years of experience do you have in game development? And also, can you give some tips, any roadmaps for a beginner to start with development? You just gotta do it, man. You just gotta do it. I'm not trying to be like dismissive. I mean, that's legitimately the thing, right? I think a lot of people overthink doing projects. I think the most important thing is just working on projects and just getting at it, man. I think experience is the best teacher. Like, better than any mentor. Mentorship really does help, but it helps when you have a baseline of understanding, and you only get that baseline of understanding by working on projects. Yeah, I mean, there's a trifecta of advice I always give, which is like work on projects, meet people who know more about you than meet people who know more than you, and then whatchamacallit, there was something else. There's 3 things I always say: projects, people. I know for a fact there's a 3rd thing, but I can't think of it.
I cannot think about it at all. If someone remembers, let me know, but I can't remember the third thing. I don't know. Reading books can be helpful or valuable. I don't know. Yeah, because I was going to say game jams is a great way to learn a lot too. But I think that's part of advice number 2, right? It's meeting people who know more than you. And I think game jams are a great space and place for that kind of thing. I could get the actual accurate resolution for this, but we're not doing that. How many spaces is this? Is it 5 digits I have here? I don't think we're gonna have anything that expensive, but who knows? Maybe we can do something stupid. 5. This is 100. I don't know. That works. So that's for cost, and then there's balance as well. And you're gonna be slippity slide over here. And then we're gonna get rid of the fraud text mesh pro. We don't need ya. This is gonna be the fun part, figuring this out. I was gonna do like an analytical approach to having like the animation curve be mapped to this, but I think we're just gonna do sampling and just set material properties and call it a day. Godot or Unity, either one, man, whatever you enjoy. I think both are great engines. Different strengths, but honestly you can make any kind of game you want to make with either. But they're always closed off because they're worried they're going to give away their secrets. In the end I learned, what are you talking? You have to find better people, man. That sucks. That, for my experience, like I remember, and I talked about this a bunch, but like if you go to game jams, it's like a really great place to learn. Like, nothing anyone's doing in game dev, or at least 99.9% of what people are doing in game dev, is nothing new or revolutionary. It's been probably done before, like technically, right? Like the technical knowledge of it. And like most people who are really smart are not closed and gated off because the information's out there, right? And like even if they spoon feed you like the information, it just still requires you to actually have like this knowledge and capability to even execute it. Like part of the reason I'm fine with streaming the entire process of making the games here is that like it's a weird thing to say, but like code is kind of a liability. Like code isn't just free. It's not like you just, I mean like there's maybe small simple snippets you can like yoink and throw into something, but like the architecture for an entire application, it's going to require a cost investment to understand what I'm doing and then like recreate it and copy it into your own code base, right? And if something goes wrong, like, you know, you have to be knowledgeable enough about the systems to be able to like make change. And if you're knowledgeable enough about the systems to modify it like that, you're knowledgeable enough to just make it yourself and have it be designed in the way you want to. Like even professionally, people who are like genius level, way smarter than me, have been super like open with sharing their knowledge. And I think most people in tech are like that as well. So if the group of people you're with are very closed off, that's kind of like, maybe they're not the people you want to get information from. software. Yeah, software development in general is the same way. Well, when it's a passion project and not a business endeavor, it comes naturally to open talk about it and share with people. Yeah. I mean, even then, like, even for business endeavors, unless you're dealing with like super proprietary stuff or patent stuff, then like, yeah, sure, you're not going to spill all the beans about that kind of thing. But even then, like 99% of what goes on is usually stuff that's well known. Like, you're going to be using common data structures that exist. Like, I think where things get more in the weeds is when you have to go into research papers. But like for most game stuff, you're not doing that. But yeah, like in medical field, it's kind of like that. It happens sometimes where it can be closed off. I imagine like defense contracting is also the same way. Like those areas, sure. Yeah, that's not you're not going to be discussing things. But beyond that, like, you'd be surprised. Heck, even in those contexts, people are willing to like talk about more than you'd realize. I've gone to conferences and talked to people who are operating in like a similar space, and they're way willing to actually spill a bit more of the technical beans than you'd realize. Because like even you can tell someone the technical details, right? But at the end of the day, it's still you have to have the knowledge to be able to actually execute it, and then not only execute it, but also execute it. To execute it well requires even more expertise. But games, yeah, like I think more people are really willing to spill the beans, and then if not, there's always YouTube too. People put a lot of information on there. Okay, we have this. We have shot view. This is what I'm trying to do. I was trying to find where to set this stuff. And of course, we have to rebuild because this doesn't have the updated fields properties. Okay. Yeah, that's true, Andez. Yeah, all the streams are online. Like from day one of making this game to now, the streams are online. They're archived. You can watch the writing of everything that's been done in this game. Comes from academic spheres. Yeah, I mean, I can see that in academia. I could see that, like, if you're doing some research paper or something, or I don't know. I can see where knowledge gates become more prevalent there. What game are you making? I'll show you. Right now I'm implementing UI, but I can show the actual gameplay. So this is the game. We're still figuring out a name. I'm trying out the name Radial Rush, but there's other games we're talking about in the Discord that this can be potentially named. Yeah, it's a simple, like, it's gonna be a mobile game. Wow, like the environment is just super open here. Oh, got him. That's pretty straightforward how it works. You're just collecting stuff, avoiding obstacles. You can customize your machine. And that's what we're in the process of doing right now, is making the shop so you can customize your parts. So we're taking this from a mock-up to an actually implemented thing. That's where we're at right now. Cameras, view, shop view. Here we go. Cost is there. That's icon. I'm sorry, is this still saying
sprite. Yeah, it's sprite text render. So we have balance. Balance. Am I going crazy? Did I get rid of the sprite text? I never added it to begin with, that's why. I was, sprite text render. Okay, there we go. Cost also needs that. Sprite text render. And then the title should already have it, so that's there. I should really move this component here. It makes more sense that way, but whatever, it's fine. It's gonna bother me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're just gonna set everything here, and it's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna be picky. We're okay. Item name. There we go. Description, item icon. Yeah, that also requires another text field here. We can do that though pretty easily. Is the game design doc for this? It looks kind of complicated. There's like 0 game design docs for this SpaceX. Or better yet, the design document is the code. Actually, no. I lie. We haven't opened this up on a stream recently or in a while, but we do have an XCaliDraw where we also have one giant board for the entirety of the game's like development process that contains the very first like semblance of a design doc where we kind of outlined the game loop. Yeah, we have like garage, flight, and then shop, and then I was explaining graphics APIs that one time. Oh, we're explaining C++ stuff here. Yeah, loop stuff. Doing some math. Where is it? Okay, here. And then we have like a description of how the shop works and the broad categories of how everything interacts. So this is the design doc. It's probably not what you'd expect, but it's something. Oh yeah, I'm gonna print this out. When we get the game done, we're gonna print this out. I'm gonna have like a little poster for myself with just this on it. I think that's gonna be actually really sick. You can see like the entire scratch space from A to Z of making this game. Can I save this actually? Cool. Do you count personal projects as experience on resumes? Yeah. I have like half-made engines on like a resume somewhere, and some JavaScript frameworks and some Rust projects on there. I mean, like, when I'm interviewing people, or the one time I've interviewed people, that's what I'm looking for, is I just want to have proof that you've worked on non-trivial projects, and I want to see what it looks like, what your code looks like, and how you tackle stuff. Like, I don't care really about, I mean, commercial releases is cool, but I'd rather be able to look at something and see the source code to be able to gauge like where you're at. I think that's a bit more informative, and it helps with the interview process too, because it's like, all right, I've looked at your code base, I've seen how you've done stuff, and I can ask more specific questions about based off things you've done in there. I think that's pretty rad. Okay, we're gonna yoink. You know, I just realized we're using get component in children. Is it recursive? Do I have the recursive flag on this? Because then I can just organize it in a nested hierarchy, and it's gonna work fine, I believe. Like I believe there's a optional parameter for true. Oh, that's for including inactive. It's not going to include. It should be recursive, I'm thinking. If not, I probably should write my own recursive get children utility function. Okay, we're gonna yoink title. We're gonna copy it. We're gonna paste it down here. I'm gonna do some stuff. I'm probably gonna make it smaller, so we can have like 4 rows that are very clean and easily viewable. Here we go. And I think we're gonna test this out to see if it works fine, but I'm gonna make a game object called line 0, and we're just gonna and the this is not gonna be happy. The horizontal, oh no, we don't have the horizontal layout group on this anymore. So I can just yoink this to line 20 or 14, I believe. So we're gonna yoink you, put it in line 0. We're happy there. Create empty line 1. Yoink you. Throw ya in there. And then you can duplicate this and continue down this path. And I'm hoping this just works. We have this crazy layout. And I'm going to make this a smidgen smaller. A little smidgen smaller, like 0.75, I think. That's not uniformed. I want 0.75. Uniformed. There we go. Okay. Call this description. And what are we gonna do? This should. I'm hoping this works fine. I'm gonna test this one though. So we're gonna change this text to be text field. I think there's like a field or a attribute you can do for this, or text area, I think. Yeah. That kind of hints to Unity how to serialize this, or display it, or render it. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Let's go on to Bob Lemon. Just 2 weeks ago, I thought of how some code pattern struggles can be solved. I want to create a programming language now, dynamic but type stable. That, okay, I have no idea what you mean by that, Chamirka. Like, I'm familiar with dynamic types, or dynamically typed languages, and how they've hurt me in the past. And I've always say I like statically typed language. But you're saying you want to have something that's dynamic but type stable. The only thing that comes to mind is kind of like how C# does reflection. Kind of. Or like how C# has the option of dynamic, and you can just say, hey, yeah, we're in JavaScript land. But when you do that, you don't get any kind of guardrails. And I'm assuming that's not what you're talking about. A cookie clicker game? Nah. These are gonna be for text descriptions. So we're gonna do like, hey, I sure do love writing long sentences. Boy, howdy. It's my favorite pastime to do on stream. Okay, we're gonna save it, and then we're gonna see if this works. Yeah, that's really my setup, Glenn. I'm glad you dig it, though. And, yeah, okay, I wrote too much.
I kind of overestimated how much can be rendered here, but that's fine. Oh yeah, someone mentioned I mixed up the 11 and 12. That'll, yeah. That's only one. Everything else here seems to be fine though. If I were to zoom in a little bit and just see how this looks. Yeah, these characters are swapped. That's easy to fix. Actually, no, these are... Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. Long sentences. Boy, howdy. It's my... And then it cuts off. Okay, so get children does work. Get component in children does work recursively. Nice. How readable is that? I don't care. I think it looks cool. I think it looks pretty rad. So it's gonna stay. GG's to my niece though. She's gonna try. She's learning. She's getting better at reading. But like, it's already hard with normal text. Imagine with my stupid little font. That's gonna. It's GG's, man. GG's. G freaking G's. 11 and 12. There we go. That's easy fix. That's an easy fix. Okay, let's see how this looks now. Thank you, Prem Chunian. Most of my code is guarded by clearances and NDAs, not to mention my experience is approximately 4 years versus the wanted 5 years. I'm just not sure where to go after a year of interviews with no success. Should I just give up on coding and programming? I mean, that's really your prerogative, man. I can't really give you a life advice on that. I'm not sure what your trade-off is, what your cost benefit looks like, what the alternatives look like. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm like the worst person to ask for this kind of thing, because I was really blessed with getting my jobs. I think most of my first job was just meeting people, right? I talk about game jams, but my first job came from someone I met at a game jam, like 4 or like even 6 years prior. So like, okay, that's one thing. Connections is important. Like, yeah, of course, ability is great, but yeah, connections are important. That opens a lot of doors that you may not realize, and those doors can then open other doors, and that's kind of been the story for me. Beyond that, if your stuff is tied behind NDAs, because I remember for me, like my first project was kind of tied behind that, but I had a big body of projects I've worked on. So like, for my job, you know, I had a project I can hand off and be like, all right, here's a look at my technical ability currently. So that even if I can't show them anything directly because of NDAs, I at least have a body of work I can point to and be like, hey, but I'm still very much actively doing stuff. Okay, this text works fine. We're not going to do anything fancy here either. It's going to be simple stats like speed, and then it's going to be whatever number, and etc., etc. I might zoom the camera in a bit further to push it a little bit closer. Okay, so we have our, whoa. What? Okay, I'm assuming there's a null reference that's not allowing this to be initialized correctly. No, these are being set. Okay, balance is like 1,000. Why is cost like that? What? There's something bugging there. Do I have it in reverse order? I don't even know. But yeah, and then like as far as the experience thing is concerned, they say that, but then like I don't like they say that, right? But they don't actually. Some jobs will enforce it, but you'll be surprised that there's jobs that don't. Like I've seen people who get or jobs have requirements for like education, or specific field experience and whatnot. And I've known people who don't have it but still get the job. And it's usually just because like their technical abilities is, you know, pretty good, pretty freaking good. And I think jobs are much more willing to just, I don't know, it depends on the job as well, but I've seen multiple cases where the description of job doesn't actually meet the reality of who they end up hiring. Or what's holding the world? Yep. Where's our null reference coming from? Description text. Yep. You're no longer a text mesh pro. It feels good to do this. To be like, hey, I'm not using your component anymore, Unity. I'm using my own. I kind of feel like Sasuke scratching off the Leaf Village icon from his headband. Shot view. No, not balance. Shot view, you're going to be using description. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I forgot. We have to do this. Oh yeah, I didn't update the text, did I? Come on, start. Okay, now we can set the appropriate values. I think that's like all the dependencies we had that needed to be corrected. So I think with this, we should be back on the board. We need to start making some yeah, nice. So we have our description loading here properly. Cool. I don't like the aliasing that's happening here. This actually looks kind of, that bugs me. That bugs me quite a bit, actually. So what am I going to do to fix that? And it's coming from the corners. Do I need to add padding? Because there's like some... I think there's like seams from the other edges of, from the adjacent edges. But this is not working right. Oh. Yeah, this is, there's some seams that are showing up there, and that's causing some noticeable aliasing. And I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. And then the cost is still really wrong. The balance is like 1,003. And I believe for debug purposes, we set the balance to be like, I forgot what we set the initial balance to be. We have shop data, item states, current balance. How do we start this off? Yeah, I start with a current balance of 1,000. So there's actually something wrong, just straight up wrong happening here. Where for some reason, this is supposed to be like 0 bits. Oh, these are meant to be spaces. Oh, I forgot. We don't. Oh, I know what's happening. Remember how we talked about how for the sprite text renderer, how we assume space is always the last character? I forgot that with our text, our sprite sheet here, we don't do that assumption. Or that assumption isn't true for this sprite sheet. Hopefully it's going to be as simple as just modifying it and adding it so that works. Let's find out though. T alpha digits. T coin count. Shop mockup, tech world, alpha digits. Game UI. Did I move this to, I think I may have moved it. UI score digits. Yeah, I believe I actually did move it. Okay, that's easy to fix though. We can go to gameplay, UI, and then you have these digits. So the easy fix here would be this. Okay. And then we have to increment the material to also include this offset. And that shouldn't be a big deal. That shouldn't be a big deal at all. I'm gonna catch up in chat real quick. I'm just wrapping this up because I think it's gonna be pretty simple to do. Cool. Save it, re-import. Hopefully this works. Just hard to get past a year of hard work getting clearance and certifications in new languages to have an application rejected without employers even looking at my work. I put in. Yeah, that sucks, dude. It's also just sucks that like Canon, cannot mess with me. It sucks the time that you're doing this at too, where like AI just kind of screwed up a bunch of things and it's kind of disrupted the whole hiring process, and people are. I don't know what's going on with tech, right? Because companies are actually they're already realizing that they can't rely on AI to replace workers, or at least programmers, right? But they're still they've still stuck to layouts. There's some companies that are suffering from it. I think there's a lot of companies that hired a surplus amount of programmers and didn't want to release them for various reasons, and they're using this as an opportunity just to kind of drop them. But yeah, it sucks the state of the industry, and I do not envy you for having to get a job during this. But there's still work. There's still a way out of it, man. I'll work on my communication skills. Seems to be the area I'm lacking demonstrating my skills as a developer. Oh yeah, dude, you cannot underestimate that. Cannot. There's a part of my interview for my when I got this job where they gave me this PDF. So I already gone to 3 other sections, right? And then the next section, or next last, was they gave me this PDF with these math definitions and this description of the specific 3D geometry problem, right? And it was a few pages too. And they gave me a laptop with an IDE on there with Unity and stuff. And they're like, all right, do the thing. And I remember reading through the PDF and looking at the math, and for I was like, I cannot do this. This is not going to happen. And I legitimately got up for a second to walk out of the interview. I got up and I was like, I was going to give up. But then at that moment I was like, all right, you know what? No, we're not going to walk out. Instead, I walked to the whiteboard and I said, all right, we're going to just start throwing stuff there. I'm going to talk about my thought process and we're just going to work through it. And that entire section, I just started explaining what trying to make sense of this, explaining my thought process of what's going on here and how might we try to do it. And just keeping them in the know of all right, what's going on in my brain, right? And mind you, I didn't end up writing a single line of code for that section. did not write a single line of code, and I think the solution I proposed wasn't even like it's a very like mathematically explicit way of doing it, but it wasn't. I don't think it missed a bunch of different edge cases, and it wasn't really like a very good solution. It wasn't even a complete solution, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But the thing that stuck out for them was the fact that I was actually communicating my current state of mind with them and communicating the entire thought process of tackling this, even if I didn't know everything. And I think for a lot of people, they'd rather deal with that goes way further than someone sitting in silence and like internally combusting. So you'd be surprised how much communication can carry you. Even it can cover knowledge gaps. I remember for my interview, I knew about time complexity. I didn't know about space complexity. And when they asked me about it, I was like, you know what? Hey, I don't know what this means. Can you explain it for me? Like honestly, that's something you should know, but I didn't, or I just blinked out. But being transparent and honest about, hey, I don't know this. What is that again? And all of a sudden, they start helping you out with it, right? They'll explain the idea, and then you can integrate it and start working with it. And all of a sudden, you take this interview, and it starts becoming more of a collaborative process at the very least. And you're transparent. You're showing, hey, I'm not gonna pretend like I know stuff when I don't. You know. Of course, you're not gonna ask for the answer for everything, but like, I think communicating earnestness and being transparent can go quite a long way. Morning, I missed yesterday's stream. What's new? We're just doing some UI stuff right now. I'm making the UI for the garage. Not the most sexy of tasks to do, but the necessary one. And I think it's looking kind of cool. I think it's coming together. Let's reload and then we're gonna start it. Honestly, saying it out loud while reading your code or just reading logic problems helps a lot. Yeah, it really does. I'm going to be saying it out to my computer. Yeah, I mean, this is me streaming, right? That's what I do, is just externalize all the thoughts I have. This is still not working. Oh, I didn't modify the T-coin material, did I? Or shader. No, m_coin count. Yeah, and we have how many digits now? It's gonna be 11. It's still weird that it would overflow to 3. There's something wrong there. I don't know. I don't even know. Whatever, we're just gonna send it and see if this works. Yeah, because if it's meant to be the last character, like, yeah, it's defaulting to 3. This perplexes me a little bit. Not gonna lie. I feel a little perplexed. Because I would assume we do T minus. Oh, it's overflow. Okay, I know what's going on. Okay, and yeah, I can't rely on just doing this because it's not going to be last. It's going to be the last character here, but it's not going to be the correct index value. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to do something. This is not going to be as simple as I would have thought. It's going to be a little bit more involved, but I think we just need to do it. And whatever, it's going to make it a more reusable system anyway, so like it's fine. It's fine. We're going to go to CCDK. We're going to go to utilities, or actually UI. And we're going to make a new sprite text info. Cool. And it's going to be a scriptable object, and then we have to apply all the relevant information for this there. And yeah, no lifetime functions, because that's not applicable here. Asset menu. Actually, no. There's is it file name?
menu name, and it's going to be and then file name is just going to be sprite text info. Simple, elegant, classy. And let's just organize this a little bit better. And then you're going to have our index key. The next thing you're going to have is going to be the material you want to use, and then some additional info. I think the minimum thing we need to have is like, I think public int x count, y x cell count, and then like max entries, I think, or sprite count. I don't know. This is something like that. The number of sprites in the sheet. Okay, so that's the information we're going to require, and then within sprite sheet utilities. Actually, no, we're going to be going to sprite text renderer. You're going to have this new function embedded into you. We probably don't even have to do like an assignment thing, but we're going to have this be a public field at the very least. Sprite text info. Style is essentially what it is. Not style. This isn't a very ambiguous name, but we'll fix that later, I guess. Or maybe not, because I know scriptable objects break, which is not fun. But yeah, we're going to use this as a default, I believe. But then we can modify it as need be. I'll leave it like that, actually. And we're no longer going to use this table, but instead we're going to have to actually access it from the no. Okay, and that's an easy enough fix. We do have the material. We do iterate and make this material instance. Maybe we don't need to attach it here. I don't know. I have to think about this for a second. What's going on here, man? I ask what areas I should work on to improve or what I might be lacking that other potential hires have, and I met with no response or just simply education. Yeah, that sucks, dude. I was close to my assumption. What? 2.5D? That's a 2.5D type thing. Yeah, it's a 2.5D thing. So here's the decisions we have to make, right? And it's like a UX decision for myself. Do I want... Actually, you know what? No, we're going to just assume the material we're using is correct, and we're going to assign the correct parameters there from the info. So we have sprite. We have this. And then we can do set
I don't. Is it float or integer in this? I can't even remember, if I'm gonna be real with you. I should make this a utility function, honestly. Whatever. Utilities. X count. And we're gonna use info.x cell count. Cell y count. Cell y count. I might just go to the shader real quick, just to be safe. Unlit sprite sheet. So what are you? Oh, you're all floats. X, Y, current index. The only thing that's an integer is current index. Okay. And then frame, but these are all integer. Or floats. That's really interesting. Okay, let's go to our sprite utilities. And I'm just gonna add functions here just to make life easier. Set cell y count. And then we can do material. Or if you want to be fancy, we can do this dot material. And make it. And then, whatchamacallit? It's gonna be a matter of doing set float SL X count, and then I don't know why it's not a it really should be an integer, but I don't know, I guess for convenience I made it a float. Also, this is wrong. Actually, I could fix this easily by just changing this to be X. And now they're in alignment. Okay, so we have that. We can set, what was it? Frame count. Okay, and then current index as well. Actually, just yoink that. Frame index to be more specific. This one, I believe, actually is an integer, though. No, this is a frame count is an integer. But current frame index is actually a float. So this is still correct. Okay, cool. Now we have our utilities, and now we can go back into sprite sheet, text sprite sheet renderer. Cool, and instead of doing this whole thing, look how simple this is going to get. Set cell x count info dot x count. Or you know, if I want to be even more lazy, I can just make a static parameter that just takes in a text info and applies it directly to the material instead of doing it here. In fact, maybe I should just do that. Yeah, maybe I should actually. Let me at least do it here though. Frame count. Yeah, look at that. Like, this is so much more classy and cleaner and less prone to errors. But yeah, we can go here. Nope. And then info. Oh, I deleted the thing, didn't I? Yoink. And then this just becomes, nope. Actually, no. This happens here. And then, cool. And then, now we can just go back. Actually, there's an additional thing we have to do, which is no, we're gonna set index later, so that's actually fine. So we can get rid of these actually. Set info, just apply info. Look how nice that is. Beautiful. And then this whole thing simplified. Because then we can just do mat.set frame index to space. It's actually a little longer. But you're not using this specific thing. We're using the general thing at least. Okay. Cool. I like this. And now we just have to make the two instances for this, and we'll be good to go, I think. Let's go to shop UI. Let's see if I find you. Garage. Create. I don't see our scriptable object in here, so let me try. Oh yeah, reload domain. What's going on? This plan for the cozy cabin. Yeah, I need to do that. Actually, I think I might just do it once I get the shop working. I think we're gonna just throw it into Discord and see how it works, man. On my closed chess skills. Let's go, Cannot. Let's go, cannot mess with me. Become the next Hikaru or Magnum. Not Magnus. Magnum. Magnus. Alright, thanks, Jero. I'm glad you agreed it, man. End of line. What's going on, Joseph Tatum? Mozzarella or mozzarella? Yeah, mozzarella RC. We're using Rider. First, let him see my message. Second, stop chatting so much. No, it's a common thing. Nothing here. It's a common question. Terrell, you got my answers down already. Thanks, DB Suki. Yeah, that's like the general thing, man. Let's see here if we actually have our instances now, though. Do we have our CC? Nope. Parts? Nope. FNF? Nope. Level? Nope. 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 I don't see my sprite texture thing here at all. So either I have this in the wrong. I've configured the scriptable incorrectly, or something else is wrong. Nope, I'm right. Create asset menu, file name, menu name. Oh, it's menu name. Wait, no, I have that. I have that there too. Yeah, menu name. I'm right. I'm so right. The world wants me to think I'm wrong, but I'm right. How dare they? I'm using Rider. I'm using Ergodox. Oh, yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's a JetBrains IDE. They're good. I use Rider for C# stuff, and then I also have C-Line for C++ projects. It's pretty fun. Don't lie to me. Why do they want me to think I'm crazy? I know for a fact I have... Oh wait, I'm stupid. It's right in front of me. It's sprite text info. I'm dumb. Okay. Coin. I don't know, coin digits? Or just call it digits. And then we can supply it with coin count. That's a really dumb name. I should change it. And I believe, what was the information again? It's 4x3, I believe. Yeah, 4x3. 4x3, and it has a sprite count of 11? I believe that should be the correct number. And we're going to duplicate this, and we're going to use this for alpha digit. Oh, we just have to change this too, because you're no longer going to be all of this. You're simply going to be 9 and then 0. That's going to be the last character. This is going to be the clear one. Cool. Alright, so we have the things formatted the way they're supposed to be. Alpha digits longer, that's correct. You're going to be using alphanumeric display, and you have, I forgot, we did the math before. Don't do this to me. This is 8 by 5. So what? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. No, I'm stupid. That's not right. This is kind of like this 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 40. Okay. Sprite count is 40. X count is 8. Y count is 5. Okay, cool. We should be good here. I think we're cool, man. I think we're cool. I think we're gravy. And then we just finally have to go into all the these components and add the correct infos to them. So cost is going to be the digit display. Balance is also going to be the digit display. And title, you're going to be using the alphanumeric one. Description, you're also going to be using alphanumeric, or the alpha digits. Anything else that's using? I think it should be good. Yeah, I think we're gravy. So we're gonna save and save project as well. We're gonna run it and then see if it works. RPG called Threshold, sir? Nah, I haven't actually I don't know much about old school text-based art PGs. I've heard of like things like MUDs, but that's about it. What's Threshold exactly? Also, this is looking wrong. This looks wrong. Why is this wrong? Property already exists in property in sheet with a different type. Oh, mismatch. So you're a float then. Okay. I think we've just done something wrong. That's fine. Let's try it again. Threshold. Okay, still not looking good. No error though, so that's even more disturbing. That means I'm wrong in a way I just cannot comprehend. That's not great. What else could possibly be going wrong here? We have alpha digit. Do you have the correct materials? Yeah, we have the correct material. Ugh, okay. I feel a little concerned. I feel like this is a bad omen. This went from easy breezy to maybe a little bit complicated. Getting a little bit more complicated. We create a new instance based off of this. Though I guess we can do based off of it. It's just not gonna really matter, but just for the sake of consistency. And then we have this set info. None of these throw. So set cell count X, cell count Y, frame count. Frame index, we can set it to 0 maybe. Just set it to default value and then go from there. Am I using the correct things too? Frame count. Oh, they're both. Oh. Frame. No, current index. See, this is where confusions happen. Okay, that's not a big deal. This is actually an easy fix, and then I think we can set this back to integer again. And that's why I was getting mad and saying that this is a float. Even though I was pretty sure it's like an integer. We're good. We're good again. I think we're gravy. Ever heard, bro, legit, you had to use N to move north, etc. Use map to pull up text version of where you build your own map. All monster battles were sentences. That's pretty, let me check that out. I've been thinking about, so I have a more immediate project I want to work on, but a more long-term project I want to go back to is, I want to make an ASCII-based game. What's it called? Threshold RPG. Oh, and there's gameplay of it.
Hello everyone, this is Michael Hartman, president and founder of Frog Dice. I'm also the original creator of Threshold. I'm making this video today to show you how to jump right in.
I'm just gonna skip a little bit.
Actually, hold on a second. As you can see, this is a welcome game. But sometimes it's a little hard to see these channels.
I can't see this. Why is the... What? I'm trying to get... Why is the embedded not working? There we go. Also, do you love that the video is the correct aspect ratio for my monitor? Isn't that just great? Okay, he's talking about configuring. Let's try out a MUD sometime. It's 100% text-based. I'm a 1988 baby for reference. Gotcha. Yeah, I missed out on text-based RPGs. Would be fun to try it out, actually.
Alright, that worked out pretty well.
Yeah, maybe I should do a stream where I just try this out and see how it plays. Yeah, because I never actually properly experienced one of those. I think the closest is like... I didn't even try it, but I've seen like Dwarf Fortress, and even then that's not the same thing. But yeah, and even the ASCII game project, it's still like a visual based game. It's just that We're using ASCII presentation. Assertion failed. Whoa. Already exists in the file as a different type. Is it still float? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought we can just go back to integer land, but no, we're still float land. My bad. Now I'm sure they still update it. That's nuts. I mean, but it's supposed to probably works. Okay, things are still going terribly wrong. And we're not getting errors, so that's even more concerning. I love it. It's fantastic. My favorite. It's my favorite. I love it. Yeah, this is okay. So let's make sure we're not doing anything. Okay, first of all, oh my, what is going on? We're using the wrong frame count, current index, cell X count, cell Y count. I don't know why I'm making dumb mistakes like that. Okay, this should work for real now. This is for real. This is for all the marbles. But yeah, like there's a... Let me find it. There's a project I was worked on called Riven Done, and that was really... I really enjoyed it, and I need to get back to finishing that project. See if I can find it. What is it? Where's the built-out application? But yeah, I have like this application called Riven Done that's meant to be like a task management thing. So I can like go to, for example, this, and I see tasks, and then you can create new tasks. What do I want to do? And it gets created. I still need to add the ability to like move stuff, and I'm also adding this command stack thing to like an undo and redo changes, but this is like the general gist. And it was fun because I made like this whole like utilities for drawing text to a buffer that's really fast, or pretty fast. So I can still treat it like shaders and I can still treat it like there's a GPU rendering pipeline. So I can like write shaders for different elements. So it's like it would be really cool to start, and I've done like other game projects, so it wouldn't be crazy to yoink this and slap it, like take the tooling for this, for like the ASCII processing internal inputs and outputs and whatever, but then like slapping the architecture for like the game engine onto this, and then have like an actual interactive game that's just rendered in ASCII instead of using your GPU. And like it's like actual ASCII. It's not like OpenGL and we're just using like a text texture and slapping onto quad. It's like, no, this is actually this is actually a real terminal. I think it's super cool, and I really want to do more stuff with it. This is fun too, because it's like I'm working in pure just C with just stock Vim, no LSPs, nothing like that. And for debugging, I use GDB, and very minimal dependencies. Like I think we go here, like you just see like the standard system stuff, right? Like some stuff for concurrency, some stuff for like accessing time information, and math and string stuff. But that's about it. Like everything else is just our own thing. I really want to go back to work on this, man. I really want to get back to work on this. But yeah, like there's so much we can do with it too, because you can control colors for the individual text characters as well, and that opens up a bunch of possibilities. but yeah, we're gonna do it at some point. Expecting the worst, your day will get nothing but better. Yep. Dual Fortress type or full-on DOSBox text adventure? Yeah, it's just it seems like a straight text adventure. Seeing 1998 shell shocked me, stumbling and tripping like I just got discombobulated. Oh man. Anyways, back to C land or C# land. Back to Unity land. This one should work now. We re-imported. We compiled domain. I see a failed assertion. That's great. That's always a great omen. Okay. Okay, I was right. It's integer. It is integer. I wasn't crazy. They're trying to make me think I'm crazy. But I know I'm not. Okay, we just run it. Just run it. Now we're rendering. Okay, cool. And now we have the correct amount displayed. You have a balance of like 1,000, and you have your cost of 10 for whatever object we're currently hovering over. Nice. That's exactly what we wanted. Okay, so we have the text here we're rendering. We have the text here doing its thing. We have our balance actually correct. Now we have to implement this engine profile graph as well as this. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I need to figure out how we're going to do the shader for that. But I think we're going to be gravy here, man. Bedtime for me, but I'm glad I found your stream, Tro. Nice to see someone has my level of ADHD finally. It happens, man. It's just how it is, man. Anyways, thanks, man. I hope you have a good bedtime, man. Rest well, sleep well, and I'll catch you next time, man. So cool. Let's actually save the progress we have currently. And this progress is going to be kind of different because we have to use we're actually in the dev kit. Like the dev kit is what has most of the changes. Added sprite text rendering. Get origin. Okay, cool. Nice. Let me go up a level. Sprite text rendering. And implemented text in Garage UI. Yeah, cool. Very nice. Okay, now this is the elephant in the room, is figuring out how we're going to do this histogram looking thing. How are we going to do this? I think what we can do, first of all, how many rows or columns are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 columns. Okay. We can provide an array of size 15 with a normalized computed value. We're going to do a shader. That's how we're going to do this, okay? This is what we're going to do. We're going to do a shader. we're gonna do. Let's see here. We're gonna write a shader for this. Am I missing the shader? Or okay, let's just go slow. There we go. Nope. It's gonna be an unlit shader. And it's gonna be histogram. Okay, we're gonna open it up. We have this base one, that's fine. We have to set some additional parameters here. They're probably gonna be const, but we're not gonna do this business here. Float values. Okay. We have to have another thing is here as well, value count, as well as. I mean, this can be a const. Columns, rows, or honestly, because we know it's gonna be 15. I mean, if we want, we can try to make it dynamic, but like, I know what we want. I know what we need. I'm just gonna hard code this. It's gonna be an application specific thing. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. It's okay. Not everything has to be ultra reusable. Sometimes we could just make things that are just, they just exist. Okay. So we know this is 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is it 15 by 15? I didn't even try to do that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Also, we don't do that. I always mess up the syntax for define. Okay, this works perfectly, actually. We have to figure out what. So here's how this is going to work out, right? So we have the color here. I might make a mask value. Yeah, we're gonna do a mask value thing. So I'm gonna select this. And hey, do you notice how this doesn't break anymore? Yeah, I fixed my offset thing, so this is actually perfectly fine. You know, engines have torque curves like that. Well, that's actually the goal, right? Like this is the profile for engine and seeing how it accelerates. It's not quite the same as like a torque curve or like a horsepower graph. But yeah, that's like kind of the inspiration for this. It's kind of cool going to like Forza or something else like that and seeing like the graph. It's kind of cool seeing like the graph of torque versus horsepower and seeing like what gear / RPMs you get like the most torque versus ones where you get like it's cool. I mean, it's, you know, it's sad that the game doesn't have any considerations for torque, but it'll be cool to make a game like that one day. I always like driving games, but I've sadly have yet to do that. And it's also you're quite involved, man. There's a lot to consider
when making a game like that. It's kind of nuts, the work that goes into it. I'm kind of too daft for it, if I'm gonna be honest with you. But there's a really cool lecture this guy gave about the math considerations for making a car game. It was cool because the guy talking about it, he was like he's a doctor. Like, his day job isn't programming. He's just a doctor, like a medical doctor, but he just codes his own car simulators and game engines on the side for fun. No, not game engines. I don't think he's... Maybe, I don't know. But he's done some really complex simulation of cars for games. It's pretty nuts. Garage. T_histogram. Cool, so we have this. We're going to sample the color of this histogram first, or just the value. And then if... I always mess that up. It's like less than 0.1, let's say. Discarded. Otherwise, then we're going to figure out, okay, calc state of histogram. And to do this, we have to actually kind of figure out what value in this array is this histogram. Dude, honestly, I almost feel inclined to just make a texture with this resolution, like just a 1:15 texture, and just generate the colors and set it, and then like pass it into the GPU and let it sample it. But I never tried this before, so I'm gonna just try it. I'm gonna try doing like a vector array or a float array and just see how that goes. And we also have to have a defined on and off color value, so we should probably do that as well. Yeah, I was right there actually. Actually, what am I doing? It's not a texture. Okay, and then we're gonna have these properties here. Cool. We have those. And then now we have to do this on state. And we're gonna do UV. It's normalized value, so it should be as simple as actually doing UV, or no, I.UV dot X times 15, because UV is a 0 to 1 value, so you could times it by row value rows. This is bad. It's like volume columns count, but nah, whatever. Anyways, it's gonna produce an index into this array, and then we can do a lerp off, color on. Actually, wait a minute. The value is going to be normalized too to see like where it is. So we were going to get the value at the index. Yeah, this is
Okay, we have this. And then finally, we're gonna just do if. So this is gonna be off if i.uv.y is less than value. I think that's how that's gonna work out. And that's how we're gonna get our histogram to work correctly. And now it's just a matter of calculating this array of floats. Which if we go to the shop view, where's a place where we go to engine? Engine. This is the category when we open that tab. Current open type. Is this all we do? Okay, whatever. And then update display. Do we have a switch statement for? Okay, cool. So we set the graph to be that. Okay, cool. This is a raw image, I'm assuming. So I should be able to get a material from there. Set float array. Nice. So we can get the current. Okay, so let's just calculate our float array, which is going to be first histogram is going to be equal to a new histogram that's 15 elements big, and then for each element of histogram we're going to get selected item. So we're going to do E dot acceleration profile, that's sample, or evaluate, that's the function. Evaluate I divided by 15. We're going to make this a float so we actually have some nice precision. We don't accidentally round the value here. Cool, and this should just work. And then we can do, for right now we can just do values and then pass in histogram. And that should just work, I think. I think we should be gravy. So let's just rebuild. I'm gonna apply the material there, and then I'm hoping this just works the first time. Okay, it's not gonna work the first time because it's just shader array missing initial value. Values implicit array missing initial value at. Do I have to specify that it's 15? Okay. Uses undefined opaque. Okay, cool. That went away though. We're good. Okay, we're good. And then finally, what we need to do is that we're gonna grab. Where's the graph? Here's the graph. We're gonna move this back here. We're gonna increase your. Okay, this is the mock. We're gonna moving it to the background now. We're gonna add our new shader. We're gonna make a material for our new shader, and histogram. Yoink our histogram shader. Perfect. Did I not save it as... Wait 1 second. I saved it as an ACE file by accident. Okay, try this again. Perfect, there we go. And then let's make this a little bit more subdued and more a little brownish. Okay, cool. And then as for our graph, we can just slap this material on there. And let's see if this works. Let's just see if this works out, dude. I'm kind of excited, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, let's just run it. Hello, I don't know anything about what you're doing. You're making a game? Yeah, I'm making a game right now. And right now I'm making the shader for a histogram, and I don't see it. So that's a little concerning. It's like completely gone, actually. It's actually deactivated. Oh, because I have to actually click on the... okay. I have to actually click on the correct category. That's why. Okay, and where are the controls? Let's make sure they're in the front, because they're being blocked by other elements. Okay, let's see. This time for real, it should work. I mean it this time. So... Okay, I still can't click on anything here. The buttons are being... That's the hull, but I'm trying to click on... Okay. That's the controls. The categories have to be above it too. Okay, that's my bad. This time, for real, I mean it this time. First try, first try. Go to hull. Let's go! The histogram is correct. That's the histogram for that engine. That's how the acceleration profile looks like. It just works the first try, baby. First try. First try. Let's go. Spaceship game? Yeah, it's kind of a spaceship game. You're like riding this rocket jet. And you can like, you have to get coins, avoid obstacles, and then you can customize your engine to have whatever characteristics you want to have. But yeah. Let's go. The UI actually works, dude. Let me do some other ones. Let me make some more engines with some weird profiles. Is it pre-recorded? No, it's not Batman. I'm just kind of focusing right now. A lot of responsibility. I'm a little relaxed now. To start coding, you just gotta start it, man. That's all you gotta do. Just have an idea that you want to make, and then make it happen. And then if you fail, well, at least you learn something in doing that, and then you'll be better the next time you do it. So this is okay. This is not quite right though. Because first of all, oh, you know what? I made a mistake, didn't I? I didn't apply a pixel preset offset to it. Yeah. Okay, so now it should be correct, I believe. Maybe a little bit bigger. But before we do that, let me actually add some more engines to our let's see here. I'll make a new. It's just easier to have everything here, honestly. And resources. It's terrible that I'm doing it this way, but at the same time, it's like, it's kind of more convenient, which kind of sucks. Default engine. Raptor. And I don't know, you're gonna have like a weird curve that's like more like this. Let's do some weird stuff. Like it's to its halfway point, but then acceleration is like really takes a while. But then the max speed is gonna be like super big, so it's actually fine. And then go to the parts registry and just extend this. Let's add the Raptor engine to it. Okay, cool. Save project. Let's run it. Okay, cool. And then we go to engine. Okay, it's not. Is it actually, like, if we normalize it to the same range, would it actually look like that? I think so, actually. This is pretty sick, though. Let me see. Let me make sure my math is mathing, though. 'Cause that feels a little suspect to me. So we have Raptor, and you have this profile. It's like, I guess if we squash it down though, well, let's try this, doing this. Shift, I think R. No, that's rebuilds. I think just Alt R, I can expand this. And that should be like roughly, that's like roughly what the, alright, let's go back into the game. How do you look? How does that match the profile? It's not quite right, actually. Or maybe the sample points I'm using are off. Let me look at the code real quick for the evaluations, not sample. And these are normalized, right? I believe all the values here are normalized. So it should be, yeah, it's normalized. Okay. So if we go to shop view, we iterate from I equals 0, I less than histogram length, which is 15, I plus plus, we sample, we index into Instagram I, we do acceleration profile, evaluate, and then we do I divided by 15. That's like the time, that's the x-axis, and it should incrementally approach that, so okay. So 0 is going to sample at the 0 position. That makes sense to me. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that, actually. And then let me go into the game. We also have partial segments being illuminated. I don't like that. But yeah, it's almost like there's like a baseline here or something. Or actually, out of curiosity, let's go to the shader. I think maybe an assumption about the y coordinate is incorrect. Let me UV and then 0 and then 1. So, oh, that's cool. That's actually cool. It's still using the mask for the gradient. So UV here is 0, 0. It's black, so it's 0, 0. So there's no offset there. It's actually working the way I'd imagine it to work. And we just do UV value. Oh. Yeah, the normalized value just seems kind of large for me. Alright, I've used a 0 to 1 value. 0 to 1 value. This is also normalized values that we're storing in here. We're doing i.u.x times value rows, which is, well, actually it should be columns, but they're the same exact number anyways, so that's fine in reality. Unless like my column count was incorrect. Let's just count together one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then on the y component, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, we're right on there. So I'm kind of, maybe this is just fine. Maybe this is actually just fine. Get a curve and inspector with. Oh, so Dr. Lobbin. So there's something called an animation curve. It's a simple like built-in structure in Unity. You just set a field to be to use an animation curve, and you're gonna have that available in the inspector. It's easy out the box, and it's just good. Just works like a charm. Thank you, YCer. I'm glad, man. That's the goal here. Also, what's going on, Biggie Bone? Sorry I didn't see you sooner. Is there a way I can contact you? I would like to learn from you. I need someone I can talk to about what I don't understand and what I can start coding. Well, Biggie Bones, we have something called we have a Discord. You can join. You can reach me there as well, but we also have this whole gym leader system where the gist of it is that there's a bunch of people in the Discord who are very knowledgeable. There's some people who've taught me a bunch actually on there. And you can see their expertise for different things, whether it be programming in Unity, Unreal, or just doing art, music, audio, whatever. And you can ask questions in our forums. So if you have questions about Unity or whatever it is, like, just feel free to open up a thing on the forum. You can add any of the gym leaders there that you think can help you, and people are very active with helping people out with whatever they're doing. So I think that could be a good resource for you, Biggie Bone. And of course I respond in the forums too, so that's a thing. But whatchamacallit, yeah, that's a resource for y'all. What's going on here? I don't know the context, but I just, every time I see this GIF, it makes me giggle a little bit. All right, I'm gonna mute this back. Where did I read Cozy Cabin Games again? I'm not sure. Beyond this, just this channel. Can I get a link? Yeah, here you go, Biggie Bone. So the histogram. I get your live recommended like once a week, and the progress you have made is insane. Incredible job, mate. Love the animation menu. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's 30 days. Today's the 30th day of work on this game, and I'm pretty happy with where we're at. It's not a finished game by any stretch of the imagination, so that kind of sucks, but I think I want to just go for, I don't want to compromise on quality, so at least on presentation. As far as how fun the game is, we're still figuring that out, but as far as quality is concerned, I'm trying to make something that feels pretty polished. But yeah, thank you, man. It's coming together, and thank you guys for watching along with me. Making a game is not always the most terribly of interesting processes, but it's been a journey, and it's been nice to share it with you guys. I still feel weird about this, but I'm just gonna let it sail as is. And then we can add a little text description here, but I don't know what kind of text to describe this. Like the metrics are shown by the acceleration profile, so I don't even feel like we need to add flavor text to this. Let me go to the mockup as well, and I think we have it open here because now we're going to use it as just a background. We're going to use this as a background. Where's A sprite? There we go. So we have the shop menu. Yeah, we can get rid of this entirely. We don't need this anymore. Nope, that's a circle. Nice. Now we have to start doing these icons. The icon for you have equipped, it's available to be equipped, and you have to purchase it. That's the next thing we need to do. That's easy though, I think. And then we have to start making icons for the buttons. I didn't do that part, but that shouldn't be that bad. What are we doing? Where is the Oh, I have a thing for engine sounds. We can add different engine sounds for each engine. That's pretty cool, actually. Alright, but we'll deal with that in a sec. I want to find the equip icon. Because I think we already have this logic implemented. It's just a matter of actually replacing these, swapping these guys out. So we can open this one, and then what I'm going to do is yoink the icon from here. No, I meant to do this. No, that's not it either. This, there we go. And then we can go back to here. What's the resolution for this guy? You're 35 by 35. That's a terrible number. Canvas size. 35 by 35. Oh, that looks so much better. This looks so worse in comparison to this, right? You gotta love your placeholder assets, man. Gotta love them. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. You've served me well, but it's time to do a little bit better. It's time to do just a little bit better. We're gonna use this one because it actually has all the icons like overlapped, and I think that looks cool. I still find that just hilarious to be. And then unequipped. That's the other icon. No. Okay. Again, change canvas size 35. Don't you love programmer art, guys? Isn't that the best? And it's just gonna be this icon here. Okay, perfect. And then you guys are all about, yeah, we have to just change. Yeah, we have to change the resolution to be 64, but that's about it. And then where is the yeah, that's the icon, right? Cool. And I believe this is supposed to be 35 by 35. And you have to scale it up a little bit. So it actually matches the underlying thing here. So you have to actually be like, what, twice? I think twice as big. Or I guess slightly bigger. Something like that. $2.5 final offer. Okay. And then we can go back to this other, no, not there, to here. We can get rid of all of this now, since we don't need it anymore. Save. Yeah, save as PNG. We go back into the game. Yeah, it's gonna look clean. And now if we press play, we should actually have a better indicator now. What's a float for? I hate designing, I'm terrible at it. A float for is a combination, so a float is just a decimal value, right? So if integers are whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, -1, -2, floats are just a representation of 0.5, 0.1, 1.02. Like it's just the whole numbers plus all the decimals. And floating points have a precision of like a single precision. Float for is just a combination of 4 floats. So you have a float for X, a float for Y, Z, W, or if you're treating them like colors, R, G, B, and then alpha for A for alpha. Okay, so now we can go to them and nice. So this is available for purchase. Yes, sir, I'd like to purchase it. Nice. Oh, it's showing that this is equipped. That's not correct. We need to change that. But hey, the icon's working though, dude. The icon's working. I need to scale this correctly though. Oh, you know what? This is wrong because we're scaling the asset incorrectly. I understand now. I understand. Yeah, if we go back to this texture here, histogram, it's actually 103 by 73. So we go here and change it to be like 1. Okay, first of all, 103 by 73. And now it's going to look more accurate. And then we can actually position this where it belongs. So it fits nice and neatly within our little UI we designed for ourselves. And then I think I might make this a little bit, I don't know. It's starting to come together. I'm probably offline. But dude, just ask, why don't you ask your question in the forums? I'm sure I'll get to it, and I'm sure other people will be willing to help you out too. With that screen resolution. I'm sorry, Kaga. I just live like that, man. Why are they combining 4 floats? So like here's, for example, right? Sometimes you want to treat 4 floats like one value. So for example, in shader, here, this is a function that's a fixed for is you can think about it as a float for as well. It's the same thing. It's 4. You can think about it as 4 floats together. But yeah, like for example, this is a function that, with given this input, will tell the screen what color this pixel should be. Right? You can think about it that way. So having one struct that contains 4 floats makes this very easy. Otherwise, like how, like if you're not gonna modify as one value, then like in C++ land, you can do tuples maybe and do like float, and that's just really verbose and not great. Or you can just do like an out float or something, and do one for X and Y. But that's not really convenient, and it makes things very verbose. And on top of that, it's actually not great, because then you can do, there's optimizations that can happen under the hood, like SIMD stuff, when you know that these values are And on top of that, you could do math across them. So like simple expressions, like even addition. Like if you were to have float, let's say like here we have, I'm doing lerp back front. These are colors. Back is one color, this is another color, and then we're interpolating between those results. This is so much more simpler than doing like, for example, float back R, and then float back G, and then float back B, and then A, and then defining you know, another set, and then like doing color dot X or R equals, and then lerp. Like you see how this is just terrible? That's absolutely terrible. That's really verbose, and it's not really useful for anyone. So having a type that represents those combination of 4 floats together makes life easy. The same way we have float 3s and vector 3s and float and vector 4s and everything. Like having a data type to encapsulate all that is way more convenient and even performant than the opposite. Is that Linux? Yeah, it's Linux. I see what float 4 is kind of. Oh, how is it stupid, dude? are you joshing with me, dude? There's a general purpose thing, man. There's times where you're interpolating vectors into color spaces. Like ARGB is a specific color encoding, right? But like you specify in the texture format. At this level, you're just dealing with the actual float. You're just dealing with what the values are meant to represent. Like the actual encoding for textures or whatever happens somewhere else. It happens either in the sampler or wherever, right? But like, I don't understand like why do you want to add that specification at that point? Like it's fine, dude. And you can like swizzle too and stuff if you want to reorder things. But yeah, that's a separate thing. Also, I realized you have to actually have Z correctly. Because like Z is actually going to be, you can see the positional offset for everything here, dude. Here's my system info. For those who are curious. And then here's a keyboard. Oh, thank you, Tro. You got me. You got me, man. Okay, so nice. I want to have this text disappear as well, but yeah, I'll do that separately. And we have to fix the logic for this. Okay, I'll look at that. We'll fix the logic for that. It feels like there's an offset here. I can't get over that. It feels very weird. This feels very odd, if I'm gonna be real with you. Like it feels like there's a Y offset here, and this is getting stretched. And yeah, like it feels like the values are getting compressed in a weird way. If I go back to, like if I go to the Raptor, like you see how it actually goes all the way to 0, and yet over here it doesn't do that. That's what's weirding me out, is that this never actually reaches 0. It's almost as if I have to like, let me go to the shader. Shader, where are you at? It's almost as if I have to like halve the value. Which seems strange to me. Wait a second. Wait. Is this a... What shader am I working with? No, this is health bar. Okay. First of all, let's go to the right shader. And then second of all, what's going on here? Yeah, like I feel like I have to do. Or maybe the opposite. I may have to have it and then offset it by 0.5. Actually, no, wait. Let's do this. Oh, wait, I have to actually... Yeah, no. I think I was right the first time. No. Or a plus 0.5 as well. You see, that looks correct. That looks correct. I just don't understand why the values aren't like that normally. Because it actually goes down to 0 over here. That's like weird, but yeah. Making a game? Yeah, I'm making it like a racing type game. Yeah, we'll see some gameplay in a bit. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't know why it's wrong. That's kind of weird to me. And if the value we're evaluating is incorrect or has an offset, we probably should address that at some point. Because that's kind of weirding me out, if I'm gonna be real with you. If I'm gonna be 100% real with you. That kind of scares me. Evaluates the curve at time, and the time is from 0 to, so yeah, that's correct. When we look at the curve, it looks correct over there too. So yeah, I don't know. The Raptor. This looks cool though. Okay, this is wrong as well. We have to fix this. Oh my goodness. We'll fix that. And we can purchase the Raptor. I'm so happy, man. I am so happy. This just keeps getting better and better. Okay. Beyond just this, let's fix this real quick. That's an easy fix. 11 and 12. That's just the thing that needs to be swapped and we're good. Okay, nice. And then the container for this is a little, is not a little, it's way too far forward, so let's fix that too. I think that looks correct. Cool. Okay. Nice. Let's freaking go, dude. This is so freaking good, man. Oh, it actually stops time. This is so freaking good, man. Let's go. Like, yeah, there's A-listing. We'll fix that. But this is so good, man. Okay, we have to fix the position, though, and the description as well. Description is not looking good. So let's just get it closer to where it's meant to be. And then I wonder if the offset is more largely just due to the Z position. Because on the X and Y, it seems kind of mostly fine. Maybe slightly off here and there, but nothing that bad. Like, this seems largely fine to me. Oh, actually, now that we got it closer. Okay, cool. Cool. What you're happy for? I'm happy that the UI is coming together so well. This is a part of the game we've neglected the most, which is the shop. And the fact that it's starting to actually look the way it's supposed to is making me very, very happy. And a lot of the functionality is just there. Oh, you know what? So maybe some of the aliasing is coming from the background text as well. Let me go to the shop UI mockup. No, there's no background text actually. So that's just purely some offset sampling error, which can be fixed if I increased the padding. That would fix it. Maybe I'll just do that real quick. That wouldn't be that big of a deal to fix. File, import, sprite sheet. You're gonna be you're gonna be alpha digits .png, and I forgot already what the count was. I think it was 8. Oh, you don't by dude, it's 12. I remember it's 12. Yeah, 12. And then the height was 32, I think. Nope, 21. Yep. I remember, still have that in my RAM. My mental RAM. So now we have the sprite sheet. Perfect. Now we can extend the size. Oh, this is gonna break stuff, isn't it? Whatever, it's fine. 32. So we're gonna make it expanded by 4 pixels on either side, as well as, or 1 pixel on either side, and then another 1 pixel on either side on top and bottom. And then for everything, I'm gonna make a new layer. It's gonna be a background one. It's gonna be a simple fill layer. We're gonna link everything to it. So all these should be linked. Perfect. And then I'm gonna do Control E as a sprite sheet. By rows. Can I okay, there's a way to do this. Constraints, yeah, columns. We're gonna do 8 columns, I believe. Yep, and that's no. Am I wrong here, or was it 5? No, 8. That's not correct. How did I do it before? Wait a second. You're open here somewhere else. Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 by how much? 1, 2. It's 5. And we have the same number of elements, if I'm not mistaken. So why am I wrong in how this is generating? Okay, this is actually right. Never mind. I thought I was crazy, but no, I'm not crazy. We're good. Okay, and then we're going to save this into alpha-digit.png. Yes, we're going to overwrite it. And if we go back into the game, I think the aliasing should go away now. And if I go here, yay, we don't see the really sticking out aliasing that was going on. Perfect. That looks so much better. It looks so much freaking better. Okay. Very nice. Let's save our progress real quick. Or implemented histogram. And then anything here that we need to save? No, we're good here. Cool. Nice. What is the game engine? It's just Unity. Just good old-fashioned Unity. Just in the funny form factor that most people aren't used to. But it's just the Unity that you know and love, or maybe hate. Who knows? Okay, in description, we're gonna do an automatic description, I think. Cause it's like what? What is this? Top speed. Yeah, it doesn't look up a serialized property, but I think for description, I'm gonna make this virtual so that I can go into engine and I can actually override it. And we're going to do instead let's see how that wraps around in the text. But yeah, I think we're gonna do like just auto descriptions instead of flavor text, or maybe a combination of flavor text plus that, but I don't know. A decade ago, but I remember it was lighter. Oh yeah, they used to have the light gray the light gray UI, and it sucked. But then I think they eventually made before you had to like be a member or a subscriber to like get the dark theme, but then they just made it available to everyone at some point. Yeah, I remember those days though. How many hours do you do this in a day? Probably like for streaming, I work on this for like 3 to 4 hours. This is so verbose, we're not going to do that. I think we're forced to be on another line, and then cool, this has worked though. We're missing something here. Did I mistype it? Nope, top speed. Okay, something's going wrong here. One of these elements have gotten switched around. Or actually, maybe it is fine. It's just that the way I'm rendering the text, the D is just not as clear. Yeah, D is not as clear at all. I mean, we started breaking rules to be able to render text or draw text the way we want to, so maybe I just keep breaking rules and make D much more much more readable. On the CRT, it looks like an I. I have to actually zoom in to see it properly. This is so freaking cool. I can't get over the acceleration profile working though. This is so freaking cool, man. Nice. Okay, so we have the major stuff. The next thing I need to do is actually have the vehicle be shown in the background. I don't know why it's not working anymore. It used to work, but I guess maybe because we haven't assigned the correct things. Let's see. Do you have the actual in-game sprite is missing? There we go. Oh, it's a sprite binder. Red Blaze, that's what I called it. Does it show there? No, it doesn't show up here. That sucks. Hope you get more support in your passion. Have a good one. Thank you, man. You have a good one, dude. No, it's not a filter. It's a real thing, dude. So, can you elaborate? There's not really much to elaborate. I'm just working on a game, and I'm using an old school monitor while doing it. I don't know what else to say, my friend. I'll definitely be background here. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Hedgestock. I appreciate it, man. As for this, though, this is not quite buttering my toast. We have the view assets, item name, description, indicators. You have the list of the different indicators here. Okay, let's just let's do some stuff. Let me first fix the indicator so it displays the correct thing. Selection state, purchased. Well, that's for selection being made. No, I want to go to update display. Here we go. It's locked, available for sale. Show the purchase icon. If it's purchased, we do e-selection action indicators too. What? Why do we do this? And it's using 2, but index 2 would be here, the green button. And that's if it's purchased, but we don't want to do that. We want to use the actual equipped symbol instead, 3. And only if it's equipped do we set the Yeah. So we do this, these checks, and then we're gonna do another check after this, where if application instance current vehicle dot whatever the part is actually. So we have to be able to select based off of the current type. Or we can be less sophisticated and we could just do, hey, if first of all, we're just gonna bring this here. And then we can just do the most unsophisticated thing ever. If current dot engine equals selected item, and just go through the different categories, because there's only 3 categories that exist. So we could do like a bracket overload or something and then index into it and then do a more precise query, or we could just do the simple thing of being like, hey, just check all the categories and see if we're equal to any of them. And then breaks. And then action indicator is going to equal to 2 instead. Okay, that should be the correct logic now. Hey, sir, remember me? What's going on, Joe? Keyboard ASMR, yeah, that's kind of the goal here, man. I mean, not the goal, but just a byproduct that happens. Are you blameful? What's blameful? I might need you to elaborate on that. Also, Joe, I'm sorry, man. I was trying to like buy some time to see if I can like go through my log and see if I can remember, but I'm sorry, man. You escaped my memory. But I'll commit you to memory, JD Souza. This time for reals. Okay, let's see if this works now. So now it should only show a green icon if we have it equipped, not if it's available to purchase. So if we purchase it, oh, interesting. So we just purchased everything. This one's locked. But we haven't equipped it when you press this button again. Interesting. So I guess in this scenario, we have this selector for equipped. Like this is gonna be the selection state is equipped. And then selection made. We have to have a case here for FNF application current, current tab. Oh, we do have a bracket. I already implemented that. The way I thought about implementing it is already implemented. What's going on, Ben Nugent? And what's going on, D Lexi? Hopefully you guys are doing well. And welcome to the stream. So we set this to be equipped, or it's been purchased. And when we do equipped, we haven't done the thing. It doesn't do the thing. We do this to see like, hey, if any of them are equal to this, then we're going to set it to this action indicator of activated. But I should probably should any of these parts equal to that? Yeah, I'm not sure. Because we do set this. This should be actually actively setting the object, but the only thing I can think that's happening is that when we purchase it, we don't actually. No, but it gets updated. We try purchasing it, otherwise we try assigning it. Equal to selected item. Do we have any exceptions? I should probably check for that first too, to see if there's anything weird. Okay, go to here, buy it. Okay, I'm not seeing any new exceptions though. Huh. Curve editor. Do application layer. That's not me, that's Unity. I don't know why it's doing that, but that's something. How do you learn all this coding? You just do it, man. That's all you gotta do. Google, watch videos, do tutorials. Most importantly, work on your own projects. And when you get stuck in a project, feel free to give yourself leeway to start new projects. Okay. And this is what's currently being. Okay, whatever. Before we do anything else here, let me also do something else. We should have a reference to, and I'm surprised we don't already, but we should have a reference to the current bike. So we have to have access to, how am I going to do it? I guess material is going to be the simplest thing to do. Hull and brakes. Maybe I'll do something for chips, but I don't think we're going to do that. Your entire room looks cool. Thank you, man. It came with time. Things assembled little by little. Get already changed. I'm gonna do something here. Private. Void update. Vehicle. And then we're going to do current so you have this, and then we can assign it set, I guess main texture. Actually, we're just going to directly assign it. That. Oh, these have to be sprite binders. Whoopsie. Because I, for some reason, decided that we might want to have them be animated. Yeah, you know what? It's not going to be sprite. It's CC sprite render. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Cool. And then everything else is going to be the same way. Brakes. I think it's the other component that would be subject to this. Okay, cool. And then anytime changes happen for equipping, we'll update vehicle. Representation. So that's when we equip stuff. Cool. That should be good. That should be good. And we also do that on start as well. So on awake. Perfect. And then finally we just have to actually put the right things there. Cool setup. Thank you, Barge. I'm glad you dig it, man. It's for a game? Yeah, it's for a game. I'm doing some UI stuff right now. And then we're probably going to get back to doing some more solid in-game implementation stuff. Town as well. Thank you, D-Lexi. I'm glad you dig it. I just do it for fun, XPHP. I've been using it like this long before I started streaming. And I have a bunch of towers of CRTs here too that I enjoy it. I like it. It's different from my day job and the screens I'm usually used to. Yeah, so we have to do some more scene setup stuff before I can actually test this and make sure it works. That's fine. So this is going to be... Hall. We might have to resize. I think the renderer will actually handle that. We also have to mesh renderer quad. Yep. And we'll sign that later. Okay, cool. That should be good. I'm gonna move this up here though. I think I might even make a... Yeah. So the hull's gonna go there, and then we're gonna have a thing for... And then another thing for the brake. And then we should be good there, and then I can go back to the shot view and modify the stuff here. Perfect. And brakes. Very nice. And then if we press play, hopefully this just kind of works. I mean, it's probably gonna break because we don't have any null checks. Yeah, we don't. Though we're not getting null from that, which is weird. Oh, we are. 100%. And it's coming from set sprite, yeah. So let's make this more, I don't know, permissive. Nice. Okay. So that should be more permissive now. So if there's anything that's null, we're just not going to assign it. Try assigning it so that we can still allow other things to be assigned. That should just work. I think we're good there. Okay. Let's try letting it recompile. And go from there. What language are you using? C#, man. Oh, thank you, Terrell. I mean, it's working for me, XPHP. Okay, I believe it's running. Let's see if it works. Thank you, Deluxy. And it's not working. It's not working. She's not working. The assignment isn't happening. Or everything's just null. Ah, brother. Also, is there an error here? Okay, I keep spelling vehicle wrong. Also, welcome, Biggie Bone. Glad to have you here, man. Alright, let's actually spell vehicle correctly. Vehicle. And how am I spelling it? Oh. There we go. Presentation. It's more accurate. I'm fine with being a little bit more verbose. Okay, so we got that. Let me also do some additional debug stuff just to help me out. So when we do the assignment here, let's just make sure that we actually type, selection state. Because we have to debug this eventually. Okay, cool. All right, let's see this looks, how this works. And I also need to inspect the other resources to see what they're doing. All right, let's see here. Where is byte config, resources. So let's take a look at this hull, default hull, and then let's actually go through the resources because this is what's being shown. That has nothing, that's fine. This is for you have an asset here. What are you talking about? That should be good. Okay. So what's going on? They made the hull be the one on top. Maybe that's the issue. Hopefully that's just the issue. If not, Assign type hull. Yeah, so it's assigned. Oh, so it is working. It's just not updating after the fact. Oh, that's an easy thing to fix. The vehicle's not showing correctly though, but we'll get one win at a time first. One win at a time. So we try purchasing it, and then we update display. Honestly, I should just do update display after the fact. Always. Like here, we just always do, we don't do any, well, we do early return there. But that's fine. So after the end of the function, we just do this. Or at the end of the function, we do that. Hopefully that just works. Love that monitor. Thank you, Hyperspace. I'm glad you dig it, man. Alright, so we go to this. We purchase it. We click in the, and now it's assigned. Okay, perfect. Nice. Okay, so this button is working the way we want it to. And the icon's popping up there too now, so that's good. Now we just need to have it pop up over there. That's the problem now, isn't it? That is the issue. Actually, let's press play. Let me inspect the actual value that's being assigned. So, there, and then what's going on here? So you have a mesh renderer, you have a mesh collider, you have a CC sprite renderer, and it has this instance in there. We have no exception going on, so that's okay, indicating something weird. Yeah, this is weird, man. Because the CC sprite renderer should just play. Let's go through the code real quick. So we have the sprite assigned. We got the renderer, random start index. That doesn't matter. That shouldn't matter. Okay, we continue down from here, and we get to render, get component renderer. None of these are being met. It's not null. None of these are null. There's something that exists. Then create a new animated material. This is happening on awake. So I guess maybe, let me do something. We can yoink this. Actually, yeah, here we go. I mean, even then, we would get like some kind of exception here if that wasn't the case. But let's be careful. Let's be extra careful. And then, if it's null, it's gonna silently fail. Not great, but that's what it is. And then. Oh. We should probably do that as well. Okay, cool. This can be condensed. We can do a null coalescing operator. So only if this is null, it's going to assign this. Okay, cool. Let's see if that changes anything. Let's see if that changes anything at all. Sit up properly, not properly. Let's sit. Let's do the L sit. It always feels good to sit like this. Okay. Press play. Let's see if this changes anything. And still, no cigar. All these are not right. We have a quad mesh render. They have something assigned to them. That's the thing. They have some kind of sprite assigned to them. Okay, this is weird. Maybe it's the fact that we're using a default material. Actually, no, we're using bike. We're using bike, which is actually we don't have a texture assigned to it. That's weird. So let's go to this. Bike, you're unassigned. Maybe that's why things are being weird. I mean, that should not affect things though. That's gonna be very dumb if we let that affect things. I mean, there's no way for me to test this though or validate that this works. Unless we have some other variation with a different hull. What? I just clicked on it. Okay, let's see here. So let's make a duplicate of this. I don't know what we're gonna call this one. Green Bolt? No. Green Raptor. Just something to test this with. And I don't know. We can just do color swatches or something. It's a lime. It's more of a lime thing than whatever. I just need something to test with. We can make this look good later. Okay, cool. Okay, that's fine for now. Just something so I can visually see difference. And then same settings, perfect. By config. And then we're gonna go to resources. And then what hulls do I have in the parts registry? We have engines. Okay, we have all these placeholders. So you're gonna use, I also need to make a sprite sheet for you. Okay. This is fine for me. Okay, and you're going to be using Green Raptor. Is this a duplicate? Why is there duplicate? Wait, why is there two of these in-game sprites? That's... I'm not going to think about it. There's something weird going on. I'm not going to think about it. We'll wrestle with that later. Save project. And let's run it and see. All right, let's see here now. So we go through hull. Oh, of course, the one I selected is locked. Let's make it unlocked. Okay. And now we're gonna see for real. Okay. Hey, and it's actually updated here. Now it's the green version. It looks weird. But maybe I'll chalk that up to like the environment lighting. And not yeah, it's probably lighting, not the fault of this. Okay, cool. So we can actually swap out our bike for other variations. Nice. I wonder, can I actually just go into the game with this? Does it actually... Yeah, it does. Look at that. I mean, I don't know. I'm surprised I implemented it, but I'm so used to seeing the same bike over and over again that when we see another one, it's like, it feels kind of crazy, man. Did that kill me instantly? Why are we dying? Oh, that one is a weak one. That one has low HP. Oh, and you see how the bikes behave differently now. One had more durability. This one is like a glass cannon. Yeah. That's a cool factor. That's a pretty cool element to it. I can go back here, it's initialized correctly, cool. And I'd be like, yeah, you know what, actually, sir, I actually prefer to have this one equipped in. Cool. Oh, dude, our game is actually becoming a game, man. Now I need to have some ideas for different hulls that look different and how they factor in and how weight factors into it too, but I'll deal with that later. I'm just happy. I'm just gonna take the W we have right now. I'm just gonna accept the W. You gotta take your W's. Okay, let's... I suck, dude, at typing. I'm sorry, what? Oh. Nice. The game looks so cool. Thank you, man. And thank you, Lexi. I appreciate it. I've seen such finesse. Do all the code and type that fast. That's the beauty of Vim and i3, man. Makes life very easy. I need to address this issue though. We have like 2 in-game. If I go to hull, no. We have a bunch of holes, but none of them are the ones we're looking for. Is it like hull.cs? Yeah, there is. Okay, cool. So you have in-game sprite, but what's the underlying? Do we have another in-game sprite here? Yup, in-game sprite, and it's serialized as well. So that's not confusing. That's totally not confusing at all, that we have an in-game sprite distinction versus a menu icon sprite. That this hole has. Yeah, we're getting rid of that. That's gonna be stupid, and it's gonna cause problems for everyone involved. In fact, engine, do you have that as well? No, you don't. Hull, we're gonna override. Okay, so we're gonna add this to it. Maybe we'll add a weight category to it, but for now it's fine. And then I forgot how I spelled it. It's either break.cs. Yeah. Max acceleration boost. I don't know what that is. It's not used anywhere, so I don't know what that is. What's a better, shorter way of describing break effectiveness? Like, or durability, or break health, honestly. That's easier for people to understand. Yeah, that works better. Why is this mad? Oh, because it's missing it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we have some new descriptions there. Let's see how this looks in game now. We're gonna have another asset day soon. I could feel it. So let's look at the descriptions. Oh my goodness, it just says health, health. Whoops. I'm so dumb. There we no. There we go. All right, now this is for real. That's a lot of tabs. Oh, like in the here. Well, I don't even use them. Like when I want to go to a file, I just press shift twice and I type the file I want to go to. So if I want to go to shop view, a lot of times it even pops up. The most relevant ones pop up. The ones I've been to recently. So I don't have to even type out the whole thing. Or if I want to go to a shader, at the histogram one, that's what we were doing earlier. Like it's very simple and fast to navigate this way. So I end up not caring about the tabs at all. I just kind of ignore them because I don't interact with them. What's going on, Joe D. Souza? Good to see you again, man. I do remember you this time. All right, let's see how the description looks like. So health is 50. Cool. And then we can go to the brakes. 142. Okay, we have to actually add another space so we can actually have it be continuous instead of broken up like that. Okay.
This is working pretty well, honestly. Maybe if you purchase it, no, I don't know. I think I like the idea of you have to actually click on it to confirm you want to have it be there. I can't get over the engine profile. This is so cool, this acceleration curve. I can't get over how freaking cool this is. This feels so freaking rad, man. We need to have sound effects too. We're gonna have to record that sometime soon. Well, yeah, dude, this is actually feeling like a game. Oh, actually, let's try out the Raptor. I haven't tried out the Raptor in game. I want to see how it feels. Let me see how it feels. Okay, and then we go back, and then we press play. Oh my freaking goodness, dude. Ugh. So it's not behaving how I'd imagine it to. Like, it's faster, yeah, it has a top speed. But it's supposed to like hover around the midpoint and take longer to get to the top speed. Oh my goodness, dude. This feels so way too fast. Yeah, we need to have the camera tilt be like use absolute value instead of relativistic value. So the faster you're going, the more it's going to tilt over and give you more a bigger view of what's up ahead. So yeah, we need to do that actually. I don't think it'll be that hard to do actually. We might have to do some tweaking, but we need to do that. Isn't it FNF camera? So we define the min distance and the max distance. Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to be interpolating between, or maybe we do interpolate, but instead of using 0-1 speed, we're going to use an absolute speed versus our own maximum possible speed a person can go at. Yeah, we have speed 0-1 though. And that's cool. But no. Oh, we have total velocity. Okay, perfect. Total velocity. Nice, okay. So what we're gonna use instead is gonna be like total velocity divided by, I don't know. Let's say the maximum that someone can go is like 60 is way too fast already. So let's say like 120 is the maximum you can go. Just you know, let's just say that. And where is the other place we're using player? Yeah, no, we're not doing. I could just use p-value. What am I doing? Why am I not doing that? Here we go. And then our arbitrary limit we're going to be interpolating between. And then we're going to add much more extreme. So min distance and max distance. That's how much it's going to zoom out. Let's do like 20 FOV 24, let's say. And then the camera tilt is the interesting thing. And we have it coded here.
Let's make it like 30. And see how that goes. Comfy stream, that's the goal, man. That's the goal, dude. Hey, bro, my name is Joel. Or Joel. Okay, got you, man. Let's go on, Shun Feng Dai. Looks cool. How long have you been coding Cozy? Like 15 years, man. It's like around there, I think. I don't know. I say 15 years now, but I actually haven't done the math. It's been a while. Also, Cup Nooble, it's like, I don't know, like, yeah, 15 years, but there's also a bunch of years where I wasn't really doing coding, so I don't know, it's a very ambiguous thing. Alright, purchase, equipped, go back. This is not as extreme as I'd want it to be. Yeah, that's not extreme at all. I want more. So, let's make this like 60. And then max FOV. Player total velocity, and then speed is total velocity divided by vehicle engine speed, max speed. Yeah, no. Okay, cool. Okay. You know, I think you should maybe lower this to 100. See how this looks in game. I see, around 15 years, but also a bit on and off. Thank you for sharing your work. It's nice to co-work too. Of course, Cup Noodle. Always enjoy it. It's nice that people get to work alongside me. We're gonna go to engine, select the wrapper, equipped it, go back here. Oh my god. You can't even see the player anymore. I mean, you can see way more of the foreground though. Or not foreground, but the environment. Okay, we have to have the offset be bigger. Min distance. Where's the offset distance? I know we do like a... Could we compensate for rotation? That's a thing we do. Yeah, so we do like overwrite X, math lerp, 8.69. We go absolute value. Yeah, no, we have to go crazier. Like maybe like 2 to compensate. Was curious. Yeah, it's funny that you point that out, Dr. Lavin, because Zero yesterday was saying that the speed of like at least 30 meters per second was on like the was like around the speed of low speed aircrafts. Like he says like around 50 knots. I was like, oh, that's kind of wild. I didn't even think about it. I never did the math for that. Okay, let's see here. Garage. Engine. Oh, we're gonna add such good sound effects to this, and it's gonna sound so freaking good. Okay, so the player. Oh, I didn't. We're still using the old engine, aren't we? Yeah, we didn't put Raptor. Okay, there we go. I can already tell the position right now is not good though. The position offset is not high enough at all. This does help though. You know, honestly, like, I don't think we should really have a scale out. I don't think the camera should actually move that much forward. I think like at a certain point, it's to start getting closer. In actuality, maybe I'll zoom out a little bit, but maybe what if we just keep it kind of close still? Let's do 10. And we just have the rotation go crazy. Negative 10 maybe. I don't know. I think that might be like the direction we have to go. That's how crazy we're gonna have to go with this. Lakitu leaving the player behind. Yeah, dude. For real. Lakitu slacking. Okay, that actually works. And this is like, I can kind of deal with this. I need to make the tracks be way less, because the game's all about feeling like you're going fast. Then having complex obstacles like this is probably not a great idea. Like, I should probably design the levels to be much more about speed rather than like simpler obstacles than, because like right now it's cool for like spelunking maybe. But we're not spelunkers, we're not exploring, we're going fast. I'm trying to go fast. I'm also thinking about maybe having the camera rotate in the direction the player is going, but that seems like almost too much. I think it's better just to have less steep obstacles in the way. I think we're gonna make the these are way too long. They have to be smaller, and we have to force them to not appear very much. Like in a few places fine, but there no. It's kind of the issue with Sonic, right? That some people have, where it's like it wants you to go fast, but then when you fail, you just slow down. It's kind of worse though, because at least Sonic, it rewards you for memorizing a level layout. This one's more like, hey, you have to react to this randomly generated level. Let's see how it looks with a normal engine though. How the speed works with that. Yeah, we have to expand the culling radius. That's fine. This feels reasonable so far. But yeah, like, see how that just slows down your momentum? Like at this speed, it's totally fine. But at upper speeds, like this becomes more of a liability. And then we go back here and we just go, yeah, dude, let's just take some speed. Not the drug, but the actual, like an actual. Oh, I didn't equip it, did I? There we go. And there's a bug I need to fix there. Yeah, you could like. Yeah, you know what? We're doing something here. We're doing something. This is not acceptable. I don't like this anymore. Where's the lasers? Your random range for radius is way too large. We're gonna do like maybe 3 to 5 at most. Or either be at most 3 meters big, or at most 5 meters big. You're gonna be short kings. That's what you're gonna be. That's part of it. I need to lower down your spawn rate as well. It's still too high. Yeah, you're gonna be 0.1 now. Or 0.5. Let's say 0.005. Okay. Let's see how cracked this is gonna be. Again, I keep doing the thing. I keep forgetting to equip it. I buy it, I don't equip it. See, look at these these really tiny lasers. That's hilarious. Is this not more manageable though? Yep. That's like that's fine. That's like I could have reacted if I braked, but I was trying to be cool. Oh my, I actually avoided that one. That was kind of tight. Oh yeah, now this feels like a proper. Oh, okay, there's way too many. Oh my goodness, what happens at this point of the game? Yeah, we make it to the end. Nice. Okay, and we have to code this part of the game where we transition to the next level. But this is not bad, man. This is not bad at all. I'm actually quite pleased as punch with this so far. Why does the level gen feel so empty right now? Oh. Speak it and it shall exist. You know, actually, maybe this level generation is actually fine. Having to periodically break is not the end of the world, actually. I think getting hit by the lasers was the biggest issue, but now that the lasers are smaller... Oh my goodness. There we go. The only problem is like visibility. Almost avoided it. This feels way more doable. And we've like burnt through our brakes like crazy. Our brakes have just like gotten absolutely just destroyed once you started reaching top speed. This actually works very well though. I'm actually quite happy with this. Little change to the lasers actually makes all the difference. And we have to do some VFX stuff, but we'll do that another time. Oh, we're on the night side of the level too. That's I didn't even realize we got to nighttime. The night side. It looks so cool. Like this pops out way more in the night level or night side of the cylinder. Really cool, dude. Really freaking cool. Super simple, and yet the game feels way more fun now because of it.
What's going on here with the material? I don't know what's going on there. Push Berg, refactor time. Yeah, very nice, dude. No, come on. Okay, I had to actually push. I guess the push didn't finish. Come on. I'm sorry, what? That's not good. Codeberg. What repo am I in? Return to error. What's going on? What's happening with Codeberg? Oh no, do you see this, guys? Codeberg is down. What happened? It must have been really recent though. SSH access, okay. I guess we're not doing this through SSH, we're doing it through HTTP. Well, that's not great. That metric's going down. Okay, it's back. They're back. We're back. Okay. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Put respect on Codeberg. Codeberg's my baby, alright? I love them. See, they're back online, alright? Just a few minutes. That's it. That's a few seconds even. A few seconds. A few seconds went down. It's back up, baby. That's alright. Don't worry about it. I can forgive this. I forgive you, Codeberg. It's okay. Thank you. Hey, look, it looks like a maze. Alright, nice. So this is coming together, though. I'm happy with the changes. But we didn't do anything to the dev kit. And yeah, we're gonna have to. I need to start thinking about how we're gonna visualize the engine as well, so you can see the difference. Because I think like low speed engines, I want to do a turboprop, and to do a turboprop, you actually have to like show the propeller. So we need to figure out how we're gonna combine everything to make it work the way we want it to work. But I think it's fine. Yeah, I've tried Unreal. I don't like Unreal, sweet tea. It's just not for me. It's way too much bloat for the type of games I'm gonna make. Posture check? You're right, let me... Posture check. It's time to be a gremlin. Save. Is there anything I didn't add there? Yeah, material changes, but that's about it. I need to make these be instances instead of actually modifying the original material. We'll do that another time, though. Oh, brother. I'll check on you tomorrow. Okay, Roger. I'll do that, Roger. So I think it's 3:56 right now a.m. I think I'm gonna probably call a stream here. Before I do though, let me just do the thing real quick. Yeah, there we go. And then one sec. Well, before I hop off, I'm going to answer some questions.
Any questions or comments from y'all guys before I pop off? One sec. Here we go. For the stream, have a good rest of your day. Yeah, we're going to Cup Noodles. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hey, man, please, what's going on? Tell you what. I'm a software engineer. That's what I do for my job. The specifics of it, though, I'm probably not going to specify here. In front of your computer, apart from work, I don't know, like 3 to 4 hours. I mean, however long these streams take. That's how much I spend on the computer after work. What makes you sit for sometimes so long? Because when you're following an idea and it's like in your brain, you just kind of have to. I don't know. I'm compelled to follow it to completion. I see what it could be, and I want to make that a reality. I think there's something really cool and addicting about seeing your idea come to life. It's not something people get to experience very often, but when you see an idea go from here to there, it's cool. It's part of why I like woodworking. It's a similar kind of idea, except unlike software, which is digital, woodworking is actual physical, you know? I have a physical product for my labor, but it's the same kind of feeling for me. You have a good one, D, Lexi. Yeah, it's a very fun thing, dude. What are you building? The game? Yeah, I'm building the game in Unity. The next game I work on, I want to really do it on my engine, but I have to get my engine to a more mature state. This right here is actually in my engine, but there's a lot of fundamental things I need to get working before I can start doing it. I need to finish implementing the material system, and then I need to start moving over the level editor stuff, but rework it to be a little bit different. Every time I try to build something, unlike you, I just stare at the screen blank. What do you do? What to do? So I have to one question: how do you do what you do? What's your process of learning something in this depth? I mean, you start with the minimum, dude. You start with something very simple, like getting an image to move on a screen. Because, like, at least this is what happens for me, right? And this is what happened to me when I was a kid, when I started learning programming, is that I get an image on a screen, and I get it moving, and for me, I just see, oh my goodness, there's so many possibilities. Because if I can make an image on the screen move, then, like, I can maybe make the texture be animated, and now it's a sprite. And if I can do that, maybe I can change how the animation, so I can make the illusion that this character's running this way, and then maybe doing an attack. Like, you just see, like, when you do a little thing, it, like, unlocks the next idea that can come from it, and you can have something kind of go from there. And then when you do that enough times, you start having, like, more complicated ideas, or more involved ideas for what a game could be. So, like, you know, instead of just making the game move, you start thinking about loops and systems and stuff like that. But it starts from there, man. I mean, you can look at when we started working on this game, day one of the stream, day one, we just focused on just making a basic character controller and making it move and having the character rotate and do all that kind of stuff. And from there, you get everything else, man. Yeah, thanks, Terrell. Yeah, thanks for plugging the Discord. Yeah, we have a Discord, so if you have questions or if you want to ask other people who are very knowledgeable about this kind of stuff, we have a forum where you can ask questions for these kind of things. If I had a table set up, I would sit. If I had a table set up, I would sit for a long time, but for now, I need to search for a place with my laptop. Yeah, I remember being there. I remember I used to, like, I used to use a laptop in my bed. I'd like have to stack like boxes. I remember I had a chair that didn't have a back either. It was kind of wild. It's kind of dangerous in retrospect because I think the bottom was like breaking, and I learned recently that like the piston from the bottom can like shoot through if it fails. But I don't know, man. It's fun. If you have a laptop, it's nice when you can like. I've been doing this recently. Like after church on Sundays, I would just stop by a McDonald's and I just do some work there because it's kind of nice being able to work in an environment. It's just not. It's nice to have a house and where you can work consistently and whenever you want to. But it's fun going to places like the park to do some deving. Some months have more than 30 days. Maybe you'll make it. You're right, Jay Looney. What I gotta do is take a day to get all the assets done for the game, and then and that's not gonna count as a day. And then when we eventually sit down to do the music or do the implementation, we'll just finish the rest of the game all in one shot. I don't have any questions, but I'll keep checking on you. I want to buy tonight. I'm sorry, Roger. The game's gonna get done when it gets done, man. Give me a roadmap. Just finished my school. I'm hacking. Please answer. Yeah, David Braun. I like your question to him because it's like, why do you want to do software engineering? Like, Joel, if your goal is just the end product of like a salary or whatever, then like, I mean, there's people who are motivated by that who can do it. I can't really give advice for that kind of motivation. But and I asked that because there's a lot of people I know who went to do they studied game design and game development, and afterwards they realized that, hey, what I really want to do wasn't actually games, but was actually stories or animation. And it's just that games was the medium where you got exposed to that. So really think about that critically. Do you really want to make games, or what part of games is what interests you, right? Or if you're doing software engineering, like, why do you want to be a software engineering? What's fun about it for you? Have you tried it yet? You know? I think if you're just pursuing the part that interests you, you're going to start finding your path through whatever it is, whether it be hacking or software development or whatever, man. Well, start somewhere, Joe. Just like Cozy said, studying is part of it, but doing something in CA work, programming little apps, something like that. Yeah, exactly, David. That's exactly it. But yeah, think critically about why you want to do this in the first place. Libraries are good too. Oh yeah, right, Cup Noodle. That's actually good. Libraries are a fantastic place to do work. I used to go there somewhat regularly. It's nice to go somewhere that's kind of very focused. I like McDonald's because it's kind of weirdly lively. But libraries, everyone's like focused on doing stuff, and it's very nice for me when I want to deep dive. I don't know. It varies though. It varies. Games as a career is notoriously overworked and seriously underpaid. Yeah, Jay Looney. Well, that's why I never want to work in the game industry, or at least not work as an employee. If I ever do games, it would have to be on my terms in my own company, game studio, and even then, I still don't want to rely on that as my sole source of income. I don't know. It would be cool to do this It would be cool to do this full time. However, I don't want to be reliant upon the whims of people liking my game or not liking my game, or having to make a commercial product. I mean, I'm still making commercial products, but like, I can make it for myself. I'm not trying to target an audience or whatever. It still feels very much like a fun expression of myself rather than, hey, if this doesn't do well, my family is screwed. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Got that McDonald's Wi-Fi. Yeah, no, I use my phone Wi-Fi. I don't trust McDonald. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're kind of working in the games industry right now, but as an employee, especially of a big corp, it's like not good. Yeah, no, exactly. I wonder how more traditional artists feel about it. That'd be good to check, actually. Artists have been struggling, man. I mean, they always struggled, but like now it's just been even rougher with everything that's going on. I don't envy it at all, man. I don't envy it at all. I wish I could bring back like the. I mean, the Patreon exists, but I like the patron idea of like. I wish I was stupidly rich, so I can like adopt an artist or a programmer or whatever, pay them a bunch of money monthly, and like be like, hey, you know, at some point, can you make something cool for me? Like, not even be specific. It's just like, it's up to you. Like, when you have time, like, I'm paying you just to live your life and be creative, but also on occasion, like, need something. Can you do something cool that I can see? I like that idea. I wish I had a lot of money so I can just do something stupid like that. Just adopt an artist or a programmer or whatever. I'm just saying, man. It'll be so cool. It'll be so. I just want to see what happens from there, man. How do you try? Start Google, Joel, if you can't Google and figure out how to start coding in 2026, then like, GG's, dog. That's not gonna. 99.99% of programming is just figuring it out on your own and Googling. Like, you gotta start Googling, man. And then figure out, like, do you want to make a game, or do you want to do, like, you learn some basic programming like in C and C++? Okay, so you know some C. Alright, and what do you want to do from there, man? If you want to make a game, I'd advise picking up an engine and trying something. Google engines, find one that sounds cool to you, download it, and then start trying to make an object move and then make an idea for a game. Learning the code is like solving a never-ending puzzle game. Yeah, that's honestly. Hey, just here to tell you that you have a good day, bro, or night. Thank you, Yasmin. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good night and day as well. But yeah, that'll be my advice for you. Pick an engine. Figure out what kind of game you want to try making. Heck, write up, make a document if that helps you be organized, or draw on paper or something, and then try doing it, man. Project, make a 4-function calculator in basic C language. Oh yeah, Terrell. Yeah, we had a thread about that, about C in the Discord. I mentioned in the Discord we have like a forum, and in that forum I think that was like one of the topics that came up. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, good bringing that up though. Let's see. Yeah, projects in C for beginners. So here's a thread someone made because they're trying to get into C, and then we all kind of pitched or showed like different projects that you can do that can help you get better at programming. Yeah, I have like my projects here. Text-based games that can get a feel for input output. Things like Hangman, Rock Paper Scissors, Tic-Tac-Toe, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean there's a bunch of stuff there. Do you use Jira or something to manage your tasks and get a brief? I used to use Jira, but I use that for my day job and I just don't want to use it. I started making my own project management software called Rivendun, and I use this to manage tasks, or I started using this to manage tasks, but honestly I haven't even been tracking tasks at all. I played the game, Every day I sit down, I play the game, and I see what's wrong with it, and then I just make a list for the things to do that day. And that's my task management. But I think for more involved stuff, I probably do like a backlog here. Or every time you figure out a piece, a whole new world opens up to you, but it's just more things to figure out. Yeah, it's weird. Like sometimes you get a piece of the puzzle and it's like, oh, you think it's gonna be great, and then it makes your life worse. And there's other times where it's like you learn something, it's like this seems dumb, but then it ends up being a super convenient and great thing for you. But yeah, it's like it sounds mean, but like here's a quote: those who desire do. If you desire it, you'd figure out a way to do it. Especially now, like you have Google, you have ChatGPT. Like even my AI opinions aside, you can still use it to fill in knowledge gaps and figure out how to approach it. But there's so many resources now, man. Alright, that's pretty, unhinged. Thanks, Terrell. Yeah, from my experience, if you have a lot of opportunities but can't start, it is oftentimes because you fight within yourself. You maybe don't have a clean motivation, otherwise the drive is just is. Yeah. Silly question. How do you find like you're really interested in what you do? Like did you do other jobs in other fields? I used to be a contract pixel artist for a while, and then I did audio engineering for a bit. I did sales at like a retail music store, and then I eventually fell into software engineering because it's something I was able to do. And I mean, I've always known I like to do making games at a young age. Like as soon as I figured out that I can try to make my own games, I started just like Googling like crazy, started working in Game Maker, and started figuring stuff out from there. And doing that long enough, you eventually start getting I started like learning getting better at programming, and then trying other stuff. And then eventually led me to like getting my first software engineering job, because connections are made from a game jam. But I've had interest in other fields. I think one thing I'd like to do maybe one day is be a teacher, but in what terms and what level, I'm still... There's so much I want to achieve first as a developer and as a game maker that I don't want to do that yet. As soon as Google starts to answer to a part of the puzzle and find 6 years ago you wrote that, everyone trying to do that is stupid. Yeah, that happens daily. That's happened to me. There's like times where I'm like, this paradigm is stupid and I hate it and it's overcomplicated. And then like you spend the time to learn it and it's like, oh, I see why people do it. I understand the appeal of it. That's me with like different functional programming stuff. It's like, and I'll sound like I hate this is stupid, or like reactive extensions. I thought reactive extensions were kind of dumb because it's like overcomplicated, but then you learn how to use reactive extensions in different languages, and it's like, oh, message booker is very handy. A reactive property is actually pretty cool, dude. Observables can actually be really useful, man. Yeah, sometimes you're like super resistant against change, but then you just have to go over it. As I mentioned earlier, Joel, just go you can ask questions in a Discord.
That's like the place where I'd probably most likely answer. Yeah, through the forums preferably. But yeah, man, it's a fun journey. I still need to go to the functional programming. I still have to go through the functional programming rabbit hole. But at the same time, there's so many projects I want to work on that it's kind of hard for me to allocate time for that. Game jams, yeah, Terrell. Speaking of which, I'm thinking about maybe hosting a game jam sometime soon in the Discord. I think that'll be fun. I'm not sure if it'll be a weekend or if it'll be like a single day game jam. I don't know. But I think we'll do something. I think it'll be pretty rad. I see you next time. Alright guys, well if there's no other questions, thank you guys for watching. Actually no, one second. What sources do you use to gain information to learn something? I mean, so there's books, there's a few different things, right? You can do books. That's how I started. Not started, but like that's how I started getting more formal knowledge for like stuff. So like, I know when I was learning object-oriented programming, there's like principles of reusable object-oriented design. You can be very focused about a specific topic, but sometimes even getting general books, like for example, the Mythical Man Month, I was just kind of curious, and I ended up getting it. And I actually learned some interesting ideas about software engineering and design from there. Weirdly enough, it's a project management book, but yeah, reading is very helpful. That's one. Reading books is useful. If you're doing something that's very specific, then research articles and stuff, either the IEEE or whatever sources you can find. I can like put on a programmer lens, and I like using Kaggle for my search engine. So you can put on like a lens for programming, and then, or even PDF specifically. And I can be like, oh, I don't know, BVH, tree structure, for triangles or for mesh. You can do like stuff like that that's more specific, and you can like read different articles and see if they're useful to you. I remember when I was doing like procedural generation for Crimson Crown, I was searching up like papers about level generation algorithms. Like nothing, like kind of general, but you end up starting to find like a more, you start finding more language about the space that you're researching, and then you start learning about things like graph grammars, for example, that help give you ideas and inspiration for how you might want to implement your level generation. So that's one. Books, research articles. You can go on YouTube and search specific ideas as well. If I'm curious about functional programming and trying to get some more information about it, I can go there. GitHub has like some pages that do documentation for that kind of thing, but it really depends. But I remember like for when I was doing reactive extensions, reading the UniRX documentation. It's crazy, but documentation is really helpful, dude. Who'd have thought? But yeah, like if you go through here, you'll like find nice explanation for certain ideas. So like yeah, for example, like I came across this while reading the documentation, and this little example turned out to be kind of like mind-blowing in terms of handling like asynchronous events or thinking about things in terms of streams, and how it can make modeling certain problems very simple and easy, like double clicking. And that's the example they do here.
So yeah, documentation. You can't go wrong with documentation. I love, not even here, like even like Linux stuff. I or like C stuff, like P threads. Sometimes you're looking for something specific, but sometimes you could just read the thing and you'll get some new insights without realizing it. And then if you're really treading like new ground that you don't know anything about, and I'm gonna say this very sparingly, especially because I have my reservations, like my whole thing against AI, but if we're looking at this purely in terms of utility, you can always go to AI, like some kind of language model, and ask it to source resources about whatever topic that you may be very ignorant about. And I think it's important to phrase it as like citing sources or list sources, because then like it's very different for it digesting the information and giving it to you. It's better if you can instead get a list of sources, because then you can actually go to them directly and verify that they're real in the first place. But also you go there and you actually get the original source information as opposed to information digested by this intermediary. But I think that's more relevant for like problem spaces where you're not as informed about the domain. Beyond that, books, research articles, documentation, GBTs, as I mentioned. What else? What else is there? Yeah, I mean that's pretty much the gist, man. That's the gist for me. The best way to get info depends on who creates the info you care about. Different genres of information are made by people who have different things they care about. That is an important consideration. Yeah, I guess like there's certain fields where information is gonna be in a very different format. I know for medical, it's like very different. But I think that's the general gist of it. And then of course, like, there's no substitute for being surrounded by people who are smarter than you. You're gonna learn about new things just by osmosis. Sometimes like book recommendations about like Lambda stuff. Sometimes it's like a new package that's gonna be helpful for like performance analysis. Either way, like being surrounded by other people, you're gonna get exposed to new tools and ideas that you may not have known about. I learned about like your reactive extension from a coworker, right? So yeah, man, that's the general gist for me though. I avert mine ears, never thought the day would come where he mentions. I know. But I mean, like, if we're gonna be completely unbiased and like just talk purely utilitarian, like I can't actually neglect the utility that has. It is what it is, man. But that's the most I'll say on it. POSIX P threads, PDF P threads. It's actually cool. I haven't looked at this that much. I haven't used a PDF filter for this in a while. But this is pretty sick, actually. Alright, but I'm not going to read through this right now. But yeah. I guess if there's no other questions, though, I think that's all my thoughts. Hopefully it's of use to you guys. And as always, y'all, thanks for watching. God bless. And until next time, stay cozy. Ta-ta.